Okay, well, good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. I know every Valentine's Day you probably want to spend 6 hours with me, so let's begin. Welcome to the Washington State Energy Code commercial um, tag meeting for February 14th for Valentine's Day. Um, we have a packed agenda, although it looks like we're only covering a few proposals. This should take all day. Just some of the ground rules. So I'm Chal Anderson. I'm the chair. We I like it when people raise their hands. I will write down your name when you raise your hand, and I will call on you in the order in which I see you. We're going to allow public and tag members to comment on everything, unless we're doing a very particular thing within Robert's rules. So feel free to raise your hand whenever. If you have a question about procedures, you can unmute and say point of order, and I will call on you to bring up a point of order. And you don't need to know what that means at this point. Just say that if you're confused about the process we're using for something. You also feel free, I appreciate it. Normally when we'd be in person, I would see nodding of heads or shaking of heads and kind of get to a point where I think a vote is probably the right thing to do. We don't have that because most of your cameras are off. So you can use your React features and give me a thumbs up or give a proposal a thumbs up or whatever when you like something, or you can use a red X if you don't like something. And the red X you have to take down voluntarily. Same with your raise hand. So take that down when you're done speaking. Let's do a roll call and see who's here.
Okay. Chel Anderson,
Here.
Margaret Montgomery,
Here.
Marty Brennan, Kim Barker,
Here.
Todd Blevins, Dwayne Johnlin, Eric Bedell,
Here.
Nick Massey,
He's not going to be attending today. I know that. He sent me an email.
thank you, Sean Vick,
Here.
Kevin Roberts,
Here.
Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, Irina Respetness,
Here.
Kevin Duell,
Here.
Ian Casey,
Here.
Poppy Storm,
Present.
Shailesh Desai, Larry Anders,
I believe Larry Andrews said he might be able to show up around 9.
well, he's on the list.
Oh, okay.
I didn't unmute. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Larry.
Waking up.
Eric Olnon, Lisa Rosenau,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal, Irina Sosarova,
Here.
Andy Burnham,
Present.
Sloan Ritchie,
Here.
Brett Conway,
Here.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Marcus Verta,
Here.
Kevin Sharp,
Here.
Alessandra De La Torre, and Deepa Savarjan.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum.
Great, thanks, Krista. We have a quorum. We will proceed with the meeting. Any comments on the agenda? Otherwise, we'll take a motion to approve it.
Yes, Patrick Hayes. Can we move item 087 to the front shell? It's a very simple proposal that I put in. Doesn't even involve any language, and we hopefully can just pass it and be done with it.
I've tried to group like proposals there. I'm trying to look for 87 right now so that I can see what it is, because I don't want to get all tangled up in that.
It's just a simple thing where we remove the drawing from a definition, no language change, no anything.
We just remove is that for the envelope, the
The mass transfer deck.
mass transfer deck? Okay. All right, you want to, if you want to move that up to the very first top of the list,
Yeah.
you can make a motion to do so. Or you're not a tag member this cycle, so sorry, I think of you as a tag member.
I move to put that at the top of the list, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
Second.
Okay,
Margaret,
we have a motion and a second. Is the motion also to approve the agenda or just to move it? I think it's just to move it.
just to move it, I think.
Okay, all right. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
I,
opposed, say nay. Okay, 87 is now going to be at the top of the list. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as modified.
Thanks,
Second.
Lisa. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us. Now we get to review meeting minutes. So we'll bring those up, scroll through them, and if anyone raises their hand, I'll call on them if they have modifications or corrections or whatever to the minutes.
So the first one's is September 27th.
This is when we were doing the integrated draft. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve this.
Motion to approve.
Thanks, Eric.
I'll second it, Greg Johnson.
Thanks, Greg. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda from September 27th. I don't see any hands up. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, motion passes. You're on to the October 25th, which we're also covering the integrated draft. And I'll note that out of this, I prepared a list of all the modifications that the tag talked about wanting and sent that to Krista, and Krista sent that out to you all. So we didn't do any formal process to make sure all of them were covered. But we did send that to everyone so that hopefully all the items at this meeting and the previous meeting where we thought a proposal was warranted, the tag thought that proposal was warranted, that somebody was able to submit a proposal to correct that. All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Thanks, Eric.
second,
We have a second from Margaret. Thank you. I see no hands up. So all in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Okay, we have minutes. We are off to discuss our first proposal. I wanted to make, I guess, one more thing in the introduction is I'm trying to arrange these proposals. Number one, so that the proponent can be in the room when we do that in the virtual room. Number two, so that we cover groups of proposals adjacent to each other. And to that, I have a strategy for how we do this. Today, we're covering 100, 200, and 402. For our February 28th meeting, I think that's where I'd like to cover 403.1 and much of 403. 401.3, 403.1, and much of 403. Then March 7th, I'm thinking C406. March 14th, C404. And then we'll have covered a majority of the substantive proposals in the in the code. And I think at that point we can start coming back to any work groups that are formed, and that kind of thing. Larry.
Yeah, well, my staff went through all of the proposals, and the problem is the log number got dropped off on the majority of the proposals. And so it's hard to correlate the last 3 digits because they weren't on the proposals. I mean, we're working on it. I mean, we got through today's agenda, but we printed all the proposals and then started to put them in a book. And what we found out is the log numbers on most of the proposals aren't there. So it's hard to coordinate back and forth at times where you're at.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I'm noticing that now. I'm clicking on a few of them and I don't see the log number on them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, thank you, Larry, for printing them out and going through all of them. That's awesome. That's it's above and beyond. Yeah. Is there I guess, Krista or other staff, is there an ability to add those in?
We had somebody helping, or I had somebody helping log in all the stuff, and I had asked them to put all the proposals numbers on them when they uploaded them. And very few of them got done. So the ones that do have numbers are the ones that were missed in the initial pass that I put up. I'm not sure we have the staff right now to be able to go through and reload all of them. I was just going to, as we talked about them and amended them, add the numbers in for the revisions that I upload, but
Okay. No, I get that. That sounds reasonable. I mean, I personally always get to the proposals by clicking on the link, and then I know the proposal number because I clicked on it, but I can see how printing them out or other methods, it would be frustrating. And I guess I don't see a better strategy if we don't have staff time to add that. Happy.
As far as I know, the numbers are in the file names. So as a workaround, that even if somebody doesn't want to review it online or in electronic form, at least they have that number and they could maybe, align them.
Yeah, thanks, Puppy. Yep. Okay. All right, well, let's get to 87 Hayes. Patrick, you have the floor to talk about your proposal.
Let's first, Krista, can you just bring up the proposal?
working on it.
And then we'll go to the definition.
So let me find the code.
It's page CE 16.
Larry, I see your hand up, but Patrick has the floor to introduce his proposal. Unless you have a point of order thing, I'm gonna let Patrick.
One more point of order is,
sure.
log number 24-GP1-146. The link is broke. We haven't, and my staff informed, left a message with us building code staff, but the link has still not been established. Thank you.
There you go. Oh,
Yeah, it's kind of split between two
there you
pages,
go.
unfortunately.
Now we have it. Good job. Okay, the proposal is simply to remove this sketch/drawing. And the reason is, yes, that is an example of one type of transfer deck, but it's not so when plan reviewers see this, they're under the impression that the walls don't have to align. And in reality, we build very few like this. The bulk of them, the above the transfer deck wall, is in line with the foundation parking garage wall. And because of multiple reasons. One, we're after the highest yield for the property, and so that reduces yield. Two, the drawing is not reality because where that wall is, there would need to be a column underneath there. And we would not put a column there in a parking garage because it would hinder parking. And so if this just goes away, it will take a lot of confusion out of the plan review process. And in reality, we build more where the walls are in line. And we do it all the time. 80%, 90% of they're called podium buildings. And they're also called 5/2s, 5 levels of wood frame over 2 levels of parking. And there's a new type 3 building out there where you can go 6 levels of wood framing. And actually what we do, if that wall was in line with the foundation wall, believe it or not, but I'm going to share this, we hang the stud 1.125 inches to the right over the slab. And then we put 1.5 inches rigid on the outside edge of the slab. And then we run the dense glass sheathing into the rigid. And then the WRB, which is weather resistant barrier, goes over everything. So this drawing causes a lot of confusion, and it's not reality of how we build the buildings, the bulk of them. So if we just remove it, the confusion goes away, and let the language stand on its own. I read the language probably 25 times and thought, the language is fine. The problem is the drawing.
Okay. Thanks, Patrick. Do you have anything else to say?
This would be a really helpful edit, change to the code. It would be great for designers. It would be great for building departments and plan review people. And I think it would be very helpful if the drawing was just gone. And
Okay.
if we were together in a room, I would have brought 10 sets of drawings and laid them out on the table and showed you, here's how we actually do this.
Okay.
But
Thanks,
we're
Patrick.
not together, unfortunately.
I know. If we were together, I would also buy us all pizza for lunch, and we would have some social convivial time together to talk about things, and that would be a lot more fun than doing what we're doing. So,
Agreed.
all right, Nathan.
I may even be the person who was originally responsible for this diagram. I think I was vaguely involved. I see no issue with what Patrick's proposing. It's just one illustrative example, and we don't give drawings of many things. I think it was kind of included in the original proposal just to give tag members an idea of what we were talking about. I don't even remember if we intended it to end up in the code. So I'm fine with what Patrick proposes, though I will note we do see situations like this in the real world.
Thanks, Nathan. Larry.
Patrick, would it be possible to put the drawing in that that's 90% there, so that we have that drawing in there, so people know what you're talking about, and then that it's approved? I mean, that to me, that seems like a really good fix. If we have a small percentage that are built like this, but your percentage is a lot larger, could you just make a drawing that what's the predominant one, and then that way it's going to slide through faster too, because here it is, it's a visual thing. I think that would be great if you're willing to do that, and if the tag was willing to accept it. Thank you.
Well, Larry, I'm in my Snohomish office, and that drawing is down in my California office, or else I would scan it and shoot it over to Krista right now. That would require putting this proposal on hold until the next meeting. I actually did not think about replacing the drawing with one that is more real. So I think your idea is good. I guess the question for the tag is, do you think we need a drawing or not a drawing, or a drawing that depicts?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, and I guess I've always appreciated this drawing because the words are just complicated, and someone, Patrick, like you, that are in these words every day probably get them. I think a lot of people that use the code, 5 times a year and come across this one 3 times a year are confused by the words, or the words are not as clear as maybe it's hard to have a picture using words, I guess. So I guess I personally support a drawing that is realistic. Kevin,
When is the next tag meeting?
we're meeting a lot of times, so if you were able to send in a sketch, we could cover it at a future tag meeting. We have lots of them coming up, so we're not
I
sure.
guess the second question then, Shell, would be, I don't know if you would want the drawing detailed enough to include.
If you send me the drawing, Patrick, I can make it simple and dumb.
Yeah, I was just curious if you wanted to show the slab edge insulation example. It's a pretty good trick, and it saves a lot of energy where we hang the stud off, and when we use 2x8 walls, we'll hang that stud off 2.5 inches, Shell.
All right. If you send me a sketch, I can simplify it, and then when the tag could consider the next meeting and one of the next meetings. Does that sound like a good plan, Patrick?
Fair enough. I guess we got to give Larry credit.
Yeah.
So I
let's
have the
get
drawing. It's at my California house, or I'll make a new one, and I'll get it to Krista, who can get it to you, and then we can communicate directly if we want to edit it, or if you want to throw it in CAD and polish it up.
I have better programs in CAD as well, so I could clean it up, and you could send it directly to me.
Yeah,
Let's get
I'm
to,
confident. I'm confident
get
you
to
have
Kevin.
those skills, Shell.
Yeah, I draw things all the time. Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo your comments, Shell, that I'm a mechanical guy, not a structural guy, and I in particular wouldn't be able to tease out where the mass transfer deck slab edge is from the verbal definition. So I found the picture helpful. And given what Patrick just said, I'm going to move that we replace, or excuse me, getting ahead of myself, that we table this item till the next meeting and tender a new drawing.
I want to add one more thing, Shell.
We have a motion. We need a second next. So, does anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Go ahead, Patrick.
I think the drawing that I produce, what would be helpful to identify the mass transfer deck is the intermediate parking garage decks are either 7, 8, or 10 inches thick, and mass transfer decks usually are a minimum of 12 inches thick and sometimes 15 inches. So if we were to show that in the drawing, I think it would kind of leap off the page, Kevin, as to what the mass transfer deck is.
Yep, let's work together and come up with an awesome diagram. I think that can definitely happen.
Okay, I'll work on it.
Cool. Lisa, you had your hand up, but your hand's down now. Did you have anything? Okay. All right. Well, we have a motion. We have a second. I see no more hands up. Let's vote on this. The motion is to table this till the next meeting with the understanding that we'll have maybe 2 diagrams or a better diagram next time. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay. This has been tabled. We are now off to a couple of them that would be foundational for what we do for the 2024 codes. And the description replace Washington State Energy Code with 2024 IECC. One of them is doing that. I think the other one is replacing it with the 2015 IECC or something like that. So we discussed these at length last time. I don't want to spend 5 hours on this today. I think it's foundational, but we also have lots of other things to do with this. So I am going to limit the discussion to 1 hour for both of these. In other words, for a combined 1 hour for both of these, because I think they're similar types of ideas. But I'm going to let the proponents talk about them. And then I want to hear new information and new ideas about pros and cons of these, as well as how you treat them if we do something as kind of big as this. So Greg, I think you have the first one, or no, I see Larry is up and Greg's up. So I guess Greg, why don't you go first? Larry, you can go next.
Yeah, I think it's good just to clarify that the ask here is not to abandon what we've done for the Washington State Energy Code. It's to accept this as another option. So that way, we're going to have, so we'd have 2 options. We'd have, like we've done in the past, we'd have an option of the IECC, and we'd have the Washington State Energy Code with our modification. And then that way we'd have 2 options that would go up for consideration. So, and
Greg,
then also
just to clarify that, 2 options in the final code, 2 options to the Building Code Council.
Well, to the Building Code Council, and then that would also be to like when we send out, and if the Building Code Council accepts it, then we'd maybe have 2 options on the CR 102. Obviously, we're gonna choose one option, but the ask is not necessarily that we're going to abandon everything we've done. Is saying, hey, we want 2 options for consideration. And then to note about that is the goal is, or at least my ask is that while we accept this one, my ask is that we would continue modifying it. So as we go through all the individual proposals that have already been submitted, if the proponent feels that the proposal they've submitted also applies to IECC, we would consider that and add that, to the IECC option. So that way, it's not like we're just taking the IECC and saying, oh, it's done. TAG has an option to actually continually modify it. And then also the work group that Lisa and Poppy had, if they come up with other language, we can amend with the language the IECC also. So I mean, the ask is saying that it's not closed, it's that we have room to continue modifying it to fit our needs, but just saying is one of the options the IECC. And the reason why I'm making that, I think that's important, is the IECC, even with our modifications, wherever they may be, that would help solve the I-26/6 and the EPCA issues. And if what we come out with the Washington State Energy Code that we're currently modifying, if that, and I have no idea what the status is or what's the outcome going to be of the litigation. We hear about it all the time, but if the litigation strikes down our Washington State Energy Code, we don't have another option if we don't have IECC available, and likely they're going to roll back to like the 2015, which is going, and if we roll back to the 2015 Washington State Energy Code, we're going to miss our 70% targets. We're not going to be on the path to do that. So having this, it has a lot of benefits for streamlining the complexity, especially for smaller jurisdictions, and managing it. But also, in addition, it's insurance. If something were to happen and our litigation strikes our code, at least we have another option to go to. So that's my ask, to frame that up.
Okay, Greg, one more question while we're doing this is I'm trying to understand the functional function, what it would actually do. And I guess we just went through the integrated draft process where we modified the 2021 Washington State Energy Code with the 2024 IECC. What this would do functionally would be strip away all of the prior Washington amendments to the energy code. That's what I'm coming to as the function of this. Does that kind of what you're saying?
No, so that's not, so Washington, it's not that we have Washington State amendments to the energy code. We actually have energy code amendments to the Washington Code is what it really is. Like we built our Washington State Energy Code long before the IECC was in place, and we tried to pull pieces out of the model code and apply it to ours. But we don't have the international the IECC. We have the Washington State Energy Code, and it's because you're trying to do it the other way. You're trying to pull things from the model code and adding it to ours. It gets kind of clunky. So this would basically move us to, no, we're going to match the model code, and then we amend it as we see fit, not the other way around.
Okay. Thanks. Larry, you're up.
Okay. So I'd like to direct you to RCW 19.27A.20, number 9. And when you read that, that directs us to look at the model code for our code. So the legislature, I believe, has mandated that we need to most likely, if all possible, is to go to the model code. And it's in the RCW. And so I would back Greg's venture here that the legislature has asked us to do this, and that we should move toward this. And we can't discount it because it tells us to do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be pretty quick. Just based on what you see on screen right now, and Greg, this question's for you. The humidification is crossed out, and I'm assuming it's crossed out. It's based on the code proposal that I put in. That's going to get fixed, by the way. There was a hiccup, but is that why that's crossed out?
So just to answer your question, I went through the IECC and I looked for every location that I found something that I thought was out of that would not comply with either I-26/6 or EPCA. And so I just did strikes for just
Got it.
those two things. So I wanted to keep the edits minimal. You know, I mean, and I was just merely striking what I thought was not, compliant
Yeah,
with
and
those things.
so that makes sense. And to the tag group, I do have a code proposal based on for humidification for this that does apply to our code that we'll probably talk about whenever we talk about, I don't know, next 2 or 3 meetings from now, maybe next meeting, doesn't matter. But just an FYI.
Thanks, Eric. Margaret.
Yeah, I had a couple notes last time when we were talking about this, that the performance pathway in the IECC is not based on site EUI. And I know, Shell, you alluded a couple times to that site versus source conversation that has probably happened a lot before I joined this group. But at the risk of opening a big can of worms, you want to elaborate on that, on the why site versus source? Because it looks like what I wrote was that the site is the compliance with the law. So I'm just curious.
Yes, my reading of the RCWs are about energy consumption, and my reading is that it's at the site level for the energy code, but in Washington State. But I think other people have different views. I guess if I bring up something on site versus source, somebody else is going to bring up something, and then we're going to spend hours on
afraid
that.
of
But I
that.
think, Margaret, that's a really good flag, is that this proposal would change the metric to source energy. Is
Yeah, that was the question.
correct?
Yeah.
Well, this proposal is open for modification for amendments, like I stated. So, I mean, if we were to say we're going to go with the IECC as the baseline, then we could go. I mean, if someone had a problem, something else in the code, like the EUI, we could vote on that as a. You know, I mean, I'm open. I'm trying to frame this up as saying the IECC should be the basis as an option, and then as we go through the next several weeks, we continually make. So if that's a conversation we want to have later. This isn't the end all. We could modify it.
Thanks, Greg. Eric, your hand is still up, but I think we're going to Poppy next.
Yeah, no, my apologies.
Okay, no worries.
Yes, so sorry if this is a repeat of a little bit of what I said at our last meeting, but it's not clear to me how this is substantially different than what we actually do now. And so I have a question about that, but I just have a few comments before getting an answer on that question. And that's that we right now use the IECC as the basis, and that was an intentional shift that we made many years ago. We used to have our own code, and we used to incorporate certain aspects of the IECC every year, but we were required to make a shift. So we already use the IECC as the basis for our code, and the mashup process, the integrated draft that we have, is to take the most current IECC and add in any modifications that we already had from our previous codes, which were also based on the IECC. So we already do exactly this process. And if there are elements of this, which very well may be the case, that need to be more like the IECC, or that we need to revised to be simpler, then those changes should be made to those individual sections as code change proposals. I really don't see how this is necessary, because I don't see it as substantially different, except for the fact that some of these areas maybe should be changed, but again, that would be a code change proposal. So I guess my question is, for the proposers, in what way is this substantially different than what we do now, assuming that we do indeed use the IECC as the basis, and we are required to do that by law, and that's why we're doing that?
To answer your question, when we went through the integrated draft, there's section after section that were, oh yeah, this section's in a different location, it doesn't line up. I mean, you just look at the integrated draft, and there was highlights left and right where things didn't match up and weren't in the same spot. So I mean, I would say that, I mean, we're not actually on the IECC. We're on the Washington State Energy Code. We've taken portions of the IECC and applied them to the Energy Code to try to come into more alignment, but that has become a completely clunky process, and we're with our own little beast that doesn't look anything like whatsoever. And just as a testament to that is you look at the the tools that the federal government have for compliance with the IECC, ComCheck. You can't apply ComCheck, and that just showing that we've gone, and I know there's other tools that Evergreen Services has created in-house, but it's state-specific in-house thing that we've done. But the reason why we can't apply ComCheck is because we've deviated so greatly from the model codes, we're not even remotely close to it. And just picking pieces and applying it isn't the same.
Again, I think that would require code change proposals to all of those areas.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned that we would just lose a lot of the efficiency that we have done through past code change proposals. And it would be difficult to know that we pick those back up in the new, because people didn't submit code proposals based on the 2024 IECC. They submitted code proposals based on the integrated draft. So we wouldn't have code proposals to modify this thing to get back to where we were in terms of energy efficiency. I guess that's trying to summarize what I heard and add to that. I also looked up RCW 1927A.020. And Larry, I don't know which one you were referring to, but the item 6
Number-
under there says
Number 9, number 9, Shell.
Yeah, the building state, okay, yes, shall evaluate and consider adoption of the IECC, and that's, I guess, what Poppy just brought up. Yeah, okay, thanks.
And,
All right.
can
Larry,
I
go
talk?
ahead.
Yeah. So the idea is to have the ICC as the base code, which would take care of that mandate. And then, and what Greg is saying here is that we would go section by section through that's what his proposal here is we go through section by section and add the difference like a white sheet that we normally do with the plumbing code. We add a white sheet that adds the Washington State amendment for each of these sections. And then at least you can go to ComCheck, you have something, and then we would have our white sections, which the ICC can print out for us. We have every state, they print out the differences, and then we'd be in compliance. I mean, we'd be with the group then, and so it makes it much more easy for someone from out of state to come in and work in our state, and it would be a much better code. We could still have our differences, but the bulk of it would be the same. And I don't think we'd lose any of our efficiencies because we would insert those our efficiencies into that code section by section. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Elizabeth, you're up.
Thank you, Shell. As someone who has to monitor building codes and energy codes for 8 different states, I can tell you for 7 of my 8 states, it's a pretty clear process for me to find out what the state amendments are. But for Washington, I pretty much have to put the IECC aside and just read Washington State's energy code. So to Greg Johnson's point and to Larry's point, the Washington State Energy Code has diverged, and I think considering Greg's proposal or Larry's proposal would kind of be a reset. It would be a way to let's still maintain all of Washington's amendments, but let's do it in a slightly different organized fashion. Whereas you're starting with the base model code and then, hey, let me see what the changes are. And that's what I get to do for my other states. So it'd be great to do that for Washington as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I had a couple of comments. One that I did want to mention about ComCheck is that so there isn't a Washington State version in ComCheck. That decision was not something that was made by PNNL because the Washington State Code is so different. There are lots of states, lots of jurisdictions across the United States that have their own amendments to the code. PNNL supports that in the ComCheck tool. It's just that Washington State elected to not go down that road and request a Washington State version of ComCheck. And so I just wanted to, for the record, make sure that was clear. And then with regards to this recommendation, I'm going to follow on with what Poppy was saying. The Washington State Code, and we're obviously not the only state that has their own code. California has Title 24, which is a very different code. There is a lot of really good work in the Washington State Code. We get questions from designers coming in and doing work in Washington State who are in other states. They're more familiar with the model code. And so we do hear lots of questions from them, where the differences are. And there's a lot of information in the Washington State Code because of our tag process that the language is better. It's been improved. We've had technical experts, go through the process of, submitting code change proposals to refine the language. Yes, we do have things in our code that are quite different because we have a mandate to accomplish the 70% savings. But in addition to that, there's plenty of language in the Washington State Code that is definitely better than the IACC code because of the way our process works. And so my concern is that if we were to hit a reset button, so to speak, and go back to the model code, that a lot of really good work that has gone into making our language better would be lost. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Kevin.
Hey there. The comment that you made, Shel, is a segue to my question, which is, it's like a big concern with this proposal would be, are we progressing on the 70% goal, energy use reduction goal? And I guess the question I have for the proponent then is, how do we know? Is this going to be submitted to PNNL for analysis? How do we have some assurance that we're on the glide path?
Well, I would expect that we would submit things to PNL. There's another proposal. There's actually multiple proposals, both from me and other people, to actually resubmit some calculations to PNL. So I would figure that we'd capture that PNL analysis during that that stage.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Shel. Gary Higginen, former TAG member. Just mainly a clarification, I think, in the 2024 IECC section C407. So commercial is the simulated building performance. It is based on energy cost. Energy cost is the primary metric there. And you have to comply with the performance path, you have to meet a performance that's some percentage better than the standard reference design. And I would also say that there are two exceptions to that. There's an exception to use site energy if you don't want to use energy cost, and there's an exception to use source energy if you don't want to use energy cost. So I think maybe just a clarification and additional information in regards to the performance path if you were to adopt the IECC. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that I definitely sympathize with the intentions of this proposal. but we discussed having this work group, and I think the work group could identify the types of things that could be changed to retain a lot of the good work that Lisa was mentioning that we've done in our code, but maybe make some structural changes to wherever possible, try to align it more in structure, format, or location with the IECC. So there may be some unnecessary differences, but again, I think that those would be best implemented within our current process, and to do it as code change proposals for either the 2027 code, or maybe, so I believe there's an opportunity to do proposals in the interim after this process is over. So you could correct me if I'm wrong on that, Shell, but I definitely think we could do some really good work as part of this work group to meet the intentions of this proposal. But I don't think that we should move forward with it as written here.
Thanks, Poppy. And just to clarify, the work group that you are referring to, we talked about on the February 7th meeting, and that is, can you describe that group just really briefly?
Yeah, it's a work group with two intentions. One is to have some discussions now during this cycle, just to have a lens through which we can look at various code proposals and think about it in terms of simplification, but also mostly something where we would meet after this cycle and be looking at how we can make some more fundamental changes to simplify the code in the 2027 code.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. Greg, go for it.
Yeah, so if you scroll up just slightly, I just want to highlight one thing that's scroll up slightly. Okay, right there. That last sentence right at the top, or the top of the screen. This proposal does not preclude the consideration of other proposals submitted by myself or others, albeit original proposals originally written for the Washington State Energy Code may require slight adaptation to integrate with the IECC. So I was just wanted to highlight, actually written in this proposal is that, we consider other proposals, so it's not the end all. So I wanted to highlight that point. And then the second thing to note is just to clarify the work group that Poppy and Lisa have. If you don't accept this proposal, their work group cannot propose on anything for this 2024 cycle, because you have the code proposal period is closed. And so you would either have to have the council reopen the code proposal period, or you would have to have some other proposal that you're doing a modification to. And so really their work group is really only going to address the 2027 code cycle, unless you were, the only way to get into the 2024 is if you accepted a proposal like this or some other proposal that you could leverage around for those that you could modify and update and deal with. So don't believe that you're going to be able to simplify the code if you reject this proposal.
Thanks, Greg. And I believe you're right that the code proposal window has closed for the 2024 AECC or Washington State Energy Code cycle. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, thank you. This is Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington. While technically, yes, under the law, the IECC is now supposed to be the basis for the process for the State Energy Code. I think the State Energy Code has retained mostly its prior process of kind of doing its own thing. And comparing this to the other codes, they basically bring in the model code, and then they'll look at sort of reproposing any state amendments, but much of the model code retains. So when you make proposals to that, you can mostly just look at the model code and then base off this. Technically, that's what the energy code is supposed to do, but in effect, what's happened is you more of consider the model code as proposals to the state code, and then you look at the integrated draft as the basis for all code proposals. But when you look at code proposals, it's not clear if it's changing the IECC language, if it's changing the state code. It becomes very, very confusing to follow. And then I think I forget who, but someone brought up this point last week of how we can feel like, we spend a lot of time in these meetings and there's a lot of wordsmithing and we feel like we're doing all this really great work to make the code better, but then you come back and you look at it, sometimes interpretations come in and we realize maybe we didn't actually make it clear. Maybe we actually didn't improve it. Sometimes we go to all this effort and wordsmithing to not actually improve things and can make it more confusing sometimes. I don't think the model code's perfect. I don't think the state code's perfect, but sometimes sticking with what's done, nationally is going to provide more consistency and simplicity, and there's more tools and resources to comply with that. And I think putting this forward as an option would be really good, especially as clean to the model code as we possibly can, because then we'll get some preliminary cost benefit analysis and can see how well the model code does in meeting, the energy improvements we need to make cycle over cycle, and see what it does for cost and regulatory compliance for small businesses in comparison to the state code. I think that would be, at least for this cycle, because that's never been done before, that would be really great information to have going into the next cycle. So I really hope the TAG considers pushing this forward as an option. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Poppy.
Yeah, I just think that this is an important but a fairly significant effort that feels like it's out of the realm of what we can possibly try to address within the context of this code cycle. And it's unclear how this proposal would allow us to basically revisit and rewrite almost every section of the code that we would potentially want to change, or how we would identify all of those things, what the process would be, and how we would do the analysis to substantiate them, since we did a lot of that kind of code by code. So again, I think it's an important thing to consider. It's definitely outside of the scope of what I think the work group could be considering during this code cycle. It would be more of a lens to think about how to interpret and apply the actual proposals that we have as part of this code cycle, and not so much to re-envision and restructure the code, which I think is more for 2027.
Thanks, Poppy. Seeing no more hands up, we might be ready for a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve this proposal.
Okay, and I think just to be clear on the motion, I think a few more words might be helpful about the intent of approving this as a parallel path, etc.
Okay, yeah, I move to approve this as a parallel path, as one of the options.
Okay, I think that's clear enough. And the next step would be the committee, the MVPE committee. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And just Greg, just it's a parallel path, right? This is
correct.
So it's not the approved path. It's just a secondary path that we can potentially go down.
That is correct. It's a secondary path that gets sent up to the MVPE committee.
Oh, okay.
Then after the MVPE committee, then they would recommend it going where they recommend to the full council.
Got
so
it.
One of paths, one of 2, 3, who knows how many paths we provide, but just one of the paths.
And then I don't know that it needs to be part of the motion, but my understanding is then this, if approved, this would then attract other proposals to it, that if we approve a proposal for the integrated draft, we would also then potentially approve it for this path. And is that correct, Greg?
That would be an intent, but I mean, I would defer to to keep things organized, I'd recommend that the TAG would explicitly state when they vote on a proposal, are they applying it to which one, whether they're applying it to this path or applying to the Washington State Energy Code path, or are they applying it to both paths? Because I mean, so if it's just stated as we go along, so this path includes other proposal amendments and proposals as we go.
Okay, thank you. I think hopefully it's clear what to tag members that are about to vote, what's going on. Nathan.
Maybe for those of us who are new to the tag process, is this parallel path something that comes up with any regularity? Is it pretty typical that a tag would offer parallel paths, or is this unusual in the experience of anybody who's been on these tags before?
Yeah, that's a good question. In the last couple cycles, there's been 2 paths suggested, not as drastic as this. This is, one code and another code that are probably pretty different. But we did, for the last commercial cycle, the CR 102 contained 2 options. And the previous cycle, the CR 102 contained 2 options, and the residential code also contained 2 options. And so it's been done, not this drastically, but it's been done. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Shel. Another consideration with this proposal is the tag has been tasked with producing changes to the code that comply with I-2066. And I guess my question is, if this proposal is rejected, are there sufficient other proposals to meet that aim? And I'm just going to opine that having this on the table as I know we're calling it a parallel path, it's really just an alternate. We could potentially come up with other parallels, right? There could be more than 2 options. But I feel like this opens that opportunity to address that task. Thank you.
I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say that parallel paths would take the tag a bit more time and the staff a bit more time. I just wanted to state that for the record. Larry.
Yeah, I don't see it could have more than these 2 paths, because only Greg has submitted this alternate path, which is in line with the RCWs. And sure, now's the time to make the move. I mean, with 2066, I mean, we could have all these proposals and then walk it through one by one, and we could march through this thing in probably, I would think 2 or 3 meetings. But the way we're going to have a dozen meetings or more. And because Greg's way here is we take their book, we set our other book down, and then we organize it so it fits, and then we just start inserting into the ICC book. And when we come to 2066 sections, then we take care of that. I mean, I'm one to not to just do something like a shotgun approach. Start from the beginning, work through it, and get done with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Lisa.
Sorry, I had to find my unmute. Well, one other thing I would like to mention, and maybe Krista's the one to give the perspective on this. The idea of taking the IECC and doing this cross comparison. The State Building Code Council has a very good understanding of the level of difficulty that would entail. So this is not a minor undertaking at all to do it this way. And so I guess my question to the tag and to you, Shel, is, what is the mandate or what is the task that our group has been assigned to do today? And this feels like a pretty I don't know if policy change would be the correct word, but this would be very, very different than what has been communicated to the public that what our group is going to do. And so is this something that, if this is the route that was taken, do we have to change the whole plan? Let all of the proponents of all the proposals that have been submitted, let them know, we're not doing this now? I mean, I guess I'm kind of confused on, it feels like it kind of upsets the apple cart of everything that we've been tasked with doing. So I'm just not really sure how we would go about that. If the plan is just to say that, okay, we would approve or disapprove this, set it aside. Okay, this is a option B. We would continue down the path of what we're doing. And then both of the options would be presented to the MVPE committee. And then if they decide to pick this, then what happens to all the other work? I know a lot of questions, but that's what's running around through my mind is, how do we decide what we're doing if this is approved?
Yeah, I think those are good questions. I think everybody needs to answer them individually. My answer is going to be to read from the meeting minutes from the November 22nd meeting. To that end, we direct the Energy Code tag to continue to advance the 2024 energy codes so as to comply with federal EPCA standards, meet existing statutory requirements, including an incrementally increase energy efficiency with each update towards a 70% improvement in energy efficiency, recommend rules that may be required to meet 2066 provision that gas may not be penalized, prohibited, or discouraged relative to other energy sources. Doesn't provide any artificial advantage in meeting energy efficiency standards to gas energy sources or appliances. That's the meeting minutes from, and I omitted a couple things that were not relevant to the 2024 codes or directions to staff. But that's what we're required to do. And I think, we had an hour with a lawyer last time, and I think everybody needs to make up their mind about how 2066 applies to any of the stuff we're working on and what that means, as well as, this kind of broad change if this proposal is accepted. So that's a non-answer, but that's all I can do at this point. I'm the chair. I'm trying to make sure we run an efficient and good meeting here. So that's my answer. Everybody needs to make up their own mind about what these things mean. The court has not told us what 2066 means. We have the plain language of 2066. We also have the RCWs. We also have what the Building Code Council directed us to do. So, Andy.
Yeah, thank you. I guess back to Chell, address kind of your point about parallel paths will take more tag and staff time. I guess I'm still don't have a very clear vision of procedurally how this is intended to work. Is this something that would be fully addressed through the tag meetings, or would there need to be like a separate working group kind of outlining and developing and bringing language to the meetings for tag review? Or I guess I just don't have quite a good sense of level of effort and where and how that effort is happening. I'm definitely sympathetic to the desire to simplify the codes, but to me, my just gut reaction when I'm seeing this is, oh, this sounds like double the time. And as much fun as it is to see you all every Friday, this to me sounds like we're just going to spend every single Friday for 6 hours for twice as many months. But I don't know. I guess I'm just looking for a little more clarity on procedurally how we envision this unfolding.
Yeah, and I've thought through it a bit, and Krista might have additional thoughts on it. My initial thoughts are, if we pass this and we had two parallel paths, then it would have staff if we voted for the motion that's on the table right now, every other proposal that we look at, we would, as Greg said, determine if it would also apply to this proposal. And then we would then vote on it, but there'd be a bunch of cleanup because the proposals were submitted not based on the 2024 IECC, but based on the 2021 Washington State Energy Code mashup integrated draft. So there'd be a bunch of cleanup that probably would need to happen. And so I do anticipate there'd be a couple or a few extra meetings, because it'd be basically like an integrated draft. It'd just be, when we're all done with this, we'd have to do another integrated draft, which would be this proposal's second pathway with any relevant proposals that we passed that would affect this. So I think it would increase staff time. I think it would increase the number of tag meetings. And yeah, I think those are the two main
And it
impacts
sounds like,
from that. Yeah.
apologies, but it sounds like what I'm hearing you say too is that it would also, everyone who submitted a code proposal would then also need to potentially bring revised language applicable to the 2024 IEC. So it's also increasing proponents' time.
Yeah, either that
Okay.
or the tag would do that work. So one of those things would need to happen because
Got it.
Yep.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
So it said that the council directed us to do this work. This is a statutory requirement from RCW. We need to get on board and get this done. And I see 3 versions here that you would have in front of you. I see the 2021 code, the ICC code, and the proposals for the 24 code. And I don't see how you're going to change those proposals that all these people have submitted. You're going to integrate them all in, and you're going to either approve the 24 changes or not. And so they would either get in or not. And so you're not going to allow any more in. So you have 3 sets that you have for everything, and then work your way through it from the beginning. I mean, that's how we build a building. We start from the foundation and we work our way to the top. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg.
I want to highlight on something that you had asked, Andy. I think we can simplify so it's a lot less effort. If the additional burden is on the code proposals, so everyone who submitted those proposals, I mean, everyone can look at their own proposal and they can ask themselves, is my proposal I submitted applicable to the IECC, or do I want it applicable only to the Washington State Energy Code, or do I want it applicable for both? And if all the people have submitted codes, I mean, each person only has like probably half a dozen proposals, more or less. And so each person's very familiar with their own proposals, and they can easily, and most of the people in this group who attend this meeting are also familiar with the IECC. And so the burden is asking every person who submitted a code proposal to go back, look at your proposals, see if you want it to apply to both the IECC and Washington State Energy Code or the other. And then if the code, they can submit revisions. All they have to do is email Krista with the revisions if they want to apply to both, and they just specify when we're talking, and that simplifies the process for the tag. So then when we go through the tag, we would debate on whether we like the idea or not, and then we'd have a vote on whether we want to add it to one or both codes. So I mean, wouldn't say there isn't extra effort, but I mean, I don't think it's as significant as everyone says. And then when it comes to, I mean, yes, staff is going to have additional effort when they prepare the CR 102, but we've done that in the last code cycle, multiple code cycles. They've had additional effort doing that anyways. And going forward, this is actually a lot less effort for staff. You look at how our group 1 codes have gone, our group 1 codes, this is supposed to be a group 1 code, and it's not, and all the other codes are like done on group 1, and we're starting group 2, and then this one is just beginning on evaluating proposals. And that's because it takes so much extra effort on staff time to deal with this code, because we're so different from the model code. So yeah, there's probably a little bit extra work on staff this go around, but this will save a ton of effort for staff on future code cycles, because we could possibly be in the group 1 codes in the future.
Thanks, Greg. And I think one of the big reason why we're behind with this particular code is because of the IECC 2024 not being published. When we expected it to be published, it was published a lot later. And that's my understanding of why this why we're a bit delayed with this. Poppy, and then I think we should vote. So go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I think this is a quick, important clarification. I don't believe that this is an issue of complying with the RCW. We are implementing it that way. We made that change previously and we've continued with that. It may be that the outcome of that implementation that is in compliance with the RCW isn't an outcome that the proponents of this code change proposal or a lot of us agree with, just in terms of the complexity. But it's not that we're out of compliance with that RCW. And then I also had a question for you, Chell. When I was suggesting additional proposals, I didn't mean as part of this cycle, but I was under the impression that proposals could be submitted in between these cycles and that they could be considered by, no?
No. We accepted code proposals for the 2024 Washington State Energy Code, and the window closed on January 14th. Now, what we've done as a practice in the past is, people can modify the proposals, the tag can modify proposals. So if there's a proposal that covers humidification, for example, we could take that and modify it so it does something else about humidification, as long as it's within the general scope of the original proposal. But if we don't have a proposal about increasing or decreasing the U value of windows, for example, we can't just go and decrease the U value of windows.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was just some sort of other interim thing that maybe that's just for emergency issues.
Yeah.
So I did have one question for Krista. When you do the integrated draft, what is that process and how is it different than what we're talking about? If we're saying that we take the IECC and we add in those changes, then how is that different than what we do now? Because I have a feeling that if we go in and look at all of those things individually, we'll realize, just like we realized when we were making those changes before, that there are actually really legitimate reasons for why in our code they needed to be structured that way. So just wanted to see if you could shed some light on how this process is actually different than what you already do for the integrated drafts.
Oh, this is kind of hard to answer. If you look at that legislation, it was passed in about 2010, 2011 to go to consider the IECC. And the tag went through the process for the 2012 code of taking the IECC and going through our Washington State Energy Code and amending the IECC with portions of our Washington State Code. And that's how you got the 2012 code. And so then it was further modified in the preceding cycles. And now you've got what we've got now. And like the other codes, we look at the existing amendments and how they're impacted by the changes in the base model code. And if the Washington State Amendment can go away because it's now covered in the model code. However, if it is covered, there is a new amendment to the model code that covers the same subject matter. You look at the existing state language and how it's impacted or how it's different from the model code language and which is more stringent. Oftentimes the model code language will have been based on the Washington State Energy Code language, but modified and portions of it stripped away. So when we look at it, we look at the differences, which is more stringent, and whether the tag chooses to retain the original Washington State Amendment or go with the model code language. And so we go through all of the changes that were made on the model code level and compare them to the Washington State Energy Code amendments, which is basically, what the other tags do. But in the Energy Code case, there are just a lot more amendments to consider. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that was very helpful. Thank you, Krista.
Thanks, Krista. Okay, I think we're getting very close to voting, so let's have new information, new ideas, and then we'll vote. Kevin.
Thank you, Shelley. Yeah, my question wasn't about the proposal, but about voting itself. And I was wondering, I'm going to guess that this proposal, it doesn't get a clear voice vote. But well, and that's what I was wondering is, are those our only two options? Or could we do something like a Zoom poll where everyone votes simultaneously, but you get a clear, collection of who voted for how people voted? I'm trying to think of how to streamline the process.
I mean, roll call is how we would typically do it for a potentially contested vote like this. I don't, Zoom voting would, I don't know how that would work. I don't know why would we do it differently?
Just for speed.
Okay, it takes about a minute and a half to 2 minutes every time we do a roll call vote, so it's not a huge amount of time. We could probably spend 15 minutes debating about it. So
fair enough. Just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm all about speed, but I think this is a big one, so I want to, take the time it takes. Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Krista, for that explanation. That was super helpful. And we all very much appreciate the level of effort that goes into doing all this every code cycle. Just and I'm understand, I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit. It might be a hard question to answer, but fundamentally, if starting with the Washington State Code and then folding in IECC differences versus starting with the IECC and folding in Washington State differences, is there much difference in the level of effort? I'm just trying to understand like how this would impact what you already do if we were to switch the approach like this.
We would basically just be starting over with a new integrated draft and going through the whole process again. And keep in mind, we do have a finite amount of time to work on this, given the statutory restrictions. So it's not like we can extend our work period out another couple of months. We'd have to double down on meetings too.
Understood. And I guess if the plan becomes, if we were not to do it this code cycle, but proceed with this for the 2027 code, say, if that's what the ultimate decision is, would it change? Does it change much for how you go about this? I guess that's my fundamental question on like which document you start with as the base and then folding in the other one.
It would make a big difference in the time, not particularly on my side, but to codify everything with the code revisor's office. It would take a lot of time because you'd take my work and then put it through the third party for the code revisor's office, who would have to re-input everything. Then all of that would need to be proofed again. And so we'd be submitting it to a different agency to do all of the work and whatever their timeline is and workload is in getting that done, that we have no control over. So for me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but it would add a lot of time in the process.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Lisa and Krista, Larry and Greg, can we keep it brief?
Yeah.
New information? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm trying to, Shell. The advantage here is to start with the model code so you can run ComCheck. And so you want it in the ICC format and then enter the Washington State code to that format. And then you can go to the ICC and you can get a Washington State updated code for the state that runs off the systems. It's the same as the IAPMO code. You can buy an IAPMO Washington code, but the basics are all laid out, and then they insert our Washington State amendments into that. So everybody's on the same page from chapter to chapter, section to section. And that's the whole advantage here, which is enormous. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg, and then we're going to vote.
I just wanted to highlight that if we don't accept this proposal, we won't have another vehicle to actually go through this effort. So for the comments that saying we'll do this in 2027, we have no means to do that because they don't, this is the only time to do a code proposal. When you do your integrated draft, we can't start at the IECC 2024, 2027 and go that route. We're forced, our hands are tied that we have to go through and start with what we have as the base. And then we have to pick the most stringent of them. And so we really don't get the chance to do this. And so code proposals is the very first opportunity that we have to actually make a proposal like this, to do that. And then I think it's also relevant to highlight Bob Ferguson signed an executive order on the addressing affordable housing. It was Executive Order 25-02. He signed on January 15th. And he's asking about how to make the regulatory portion of getting permits and all that easier. And while the council has not considered the executive order yet and hasn't provided direction, it's important to note that this is one what means actually be proactive and actually address that executive order and make our building codes more streamlined with the rest of the nation.
Thanks, Greg. Poppy, can you keep it super brief?
Yes, definitely. Just the code change proposals can propose to change anything in the integrated draft. That's why I've been saying that this should happen through a code change proposal process for the individual sections that need to be changed. So once we have the integrated draft for 2027, those code change proposals could revert it in different ways, could move things around, it could do anything that it wants to do, but it would actually be proposals specifically for all of those different areas, which we don't actually have right now.
Okay, thanks, Poppy. We are voting, and I'm going to restate the motion in my own words so that everybody's clear on it. A yes vote is to approve this proposal, which would include a second and parallel path for the commercial energy code that we would eventually send to the committee and potentially the council and the public. So this would create a second path, which is the IECC 2024. That's the motion. So a yes vote is to do that. A no vote would be to not do that and to essentially disapprove this proposal. So with that, let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Okay, this one's hard, but no.
Kim Barker,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness. No. Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews? Larry, you're muted.
Yes, yes.
Lisa Rosenau?
No.
Irina Cesarova?
No.
Sloan Ritchie?
No.
Luke Howard?
Oh,
I didn't hear that. Luke, what did you say?
no.
Marcus Verta?
No.
And Deepa Sivarjan?
No.
Motion fails 4-11.
Okay, motion fails 4-11. Okay, we are on to the next one, which is Larry Andrews. We also discussed this. I think it has a lot of the same, well, some of the same advantages and disadvantages of the last one, in that it goes to a different code and starts with a different baseline for this. And I believe it's the 2015 code, not the 1015 code. Larry, you have the floor if you want to talk about this a bit. And then, as I said, I wanted to limit debate to these two because they're foundational, they're important, but they're also, we could talk about them for days, and we have a lot of other stuff to do. So, Larry, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, since we lost Greg's initiative, mine's about the last one that you can probably get to 2066 law. And the reason why I chose the 2015 code is because that's when all the equipment incentives started to turn in. And so that gives us a baseline to start for 2066 law. And anytime you put up a higher point setting from one piece of equipment to another, you're violating 2066 law, because you can't disadvantage gas. It says that totally clear there. And so my idea was to start with a 2066 and lay down the 21 code with the 20 the new proposals that we have here, and go section by section from the beginning. Insert all the energy efficient things that we've put into our 21 code, plus the ones that are proposed that we would accept here. And this way we could come to agreement that we have a code that's acceptable to 2066. And I've heard a lot of talk here about we don't know what the code 2066 is. Well, the governor stamped the front of the code, and I got the stamped paper, and they've inserted into the RCWs all the points of the 2066 code. And so we know what the 2066 code says, and we just have to start enforcing it. It's going to be a cost savings for buildings. In some cases, very significant cost savings, and most likely a lot less energy use. Okay, I'm talking about large warehouses that right now traditionally have some unit heaters to keep them 50 degrees, like my shop. And but we have no means of cooling. We don't need cooling in that shop. But as soon as you put a heat pump on top of that building, you're going to have it running 24/7. And in the summertime, you're going to be drawing on the energy that we have, the limited amount of energy have. And all that energy for all these new buildings right now is being made by gas turbines or gas fired. We've exhausted all our clean energy, and we're not going to have any to come on in the very long term right now. And so this proposal, like 2066, keeps our energy somewhat in balance until the point where we can make a shift. And right now, we don't have the infrastructure or the clean energy to make that shift. And we had a brownout here on the South Hill just last week in this cold weather. Okay. And it's going to happen. And the more that you keep shifting this towards the electric side, the more brownouts we're going to have, to a point where we can't even function. And so many of us that did vote for 2066 understand that and the common sense of it all. And we're just not there yet. And so that's why I've brought this way forward, so we can get in compliance with 2066 and still have all the hard work that everybody's put in all these years to get to a better compliance. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, I mean, I have a couple of comments. One is, certainly it would move the energy performance backwards for the state. I think another effect is all the proposals we have so far are based on the integrated draft and not on the 2015 code. So there'd be a bunch of proponent work or tag work needed to revise those so that they could fit within the 2015 code. I wanted to flag those two items. But I think this has a lot of the same things as the last one, so I don't want to keep bringing up new points. I want to be able to work on this one, talk about it, and then move on with or without this fairly speedily. So Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick comment. Again, you've mentioned this before, that a lot of the updates that are in our most current code, the goal is improving energy efficiency. And I mean, that's the point, that's how we are trying to address this, the issue with demand. Energy conservation is definitely one of the best forms of energy, if you want to put it that way, that we have. This is something that's been very clear from the Power Council, that's what is the most cost-effective way to deal with future demand. And so just wanted to underline that is what we're trying to accomplish here in our newer versions of the code, by incorporating heat pumps, which are significantly more efficient than some of the other technologies. And so I think it's just an important thing to keep in mind as we consider this proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. Nathan.
I just fundamentally believe we have the tools we need to work with our integrated draft and comply with 2066. I don't feel like we need a hard reset to 2015 or any previous code language to do it.
Thanks, Nathan. Patrick.
Yes, thank you. I'm unsure if the commercial 2021 energy code is included in the current proposal window along with the residential, or if that was supposed to be included with the 2024 window that closed in January. But as representing BIW, I have to say our members strongly prefer the 2015 code in terms of trying to immediately bring the current energy code into compliance. So while this may not be the perfect solution for the 2024, our members for both the commercial and residential would love if the 2021 code was rolled back to 2015 in the interim, to bring the code into compliance with the changes made by 2066, and then let the 2024 go into effect at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. And I do believe a bunch of your members build under this code. So this is not the residential code, but the dividing line in the 2021 residential energy code and commercial energy code in 2021 is the residential code, energy code covers buildings 3 stories and below with exterior entrances. And the commercial code covers buildings taller than 3 stories and with interior entrances. That's the general dividing line. So lots of residential projects are under the commercial code and and you probably know this, I'm just stating it because you implied a question in there. Nathan, you still have your hand up, but Eric is next.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Nathan on this one. There's so many things in the 2021 code that is non-applicable to even the 2066. I'm just off the top of my head, like for example, the solar section, the lighting section, the envelope section, where we've made great progress related to the 2021 code. Again, there's the 403 section that has to be modified to allow 2066, but it does feel like we'd be going backwards on numerous sections of the 2021 code if we adopted the 2015 code in those particular sections. That would have to be holistically rewritten. So again, agree 100% with Nathan on this one. I feel like we can get a solution that to initiative 2066 by working together on the 403 to include fossil fuels, and leave those other provisions, lighting, solar, all the envelope, etc. fenestration. So that's my soliloquy. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. All right, Greg.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do with this. I mean, I agree with what a lot of people have said, that moving backwards to 2015 isn't the best option. But in the same note, thus far, when we haven't had many votes, but both votes that address 2066, we voted down as a tag. And looking in advance at a lot of our other proposals that are out there, if we were to vote down every single thing that helps us bring us in compliance with 2066, that's not going to end very well. So I mean, that's why I'm split. Like, I don't think this is the good option, but I mean, thus far, I'm not seeing us put forth anything that complies with 2066. So, I mean, there's still a lot to go. I would hope that we would go a different route on other future proposals.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Greg. Eric.
Yeah, and Greg, I want to respond to that because I think this is really important for the rest of the tag. We do have to come to a conclusion related to 2066. I think everyone on this tag knows that. And Greg, you make a great point also. Like, we do have to come to this conclusion and address 2066, because we are trending down a route, what I've seen so far in a couple meetings, where everyone's just going to vote down the provisions that are 2066 that allows fossil fuel back into this either 2024 code or however we do the 2021 code. So you're right, Greg. That's another point I agree with you, Greg, on. So again, just stating an opinion here, and the fact that we will have to make some tough votes on this tag.
Thanks, Eric. Larry, and at some point, let's make a motion here.
Okay, so mine is, all I'm saying is we use the 2015 as a starting block, and we introduce everything that we have, that all the lighting and stuff could come into that 2015 code, because that has nothing to do with gas. PV has nothing to do with gas, and all of those sections could be rolled into that 2015 code. I have not said that the 2015 code is where we start and end. What I said was we use that as a base code so we don't violate 2066 law and make this happen. And as I look down here, if we don't do this, this is the last proposal that gives you a pathway to give you a 26 law that's approved. And and I really liked the other one better, but I put this one in so we had a stopgap maybe. But I don't believe that we can meet the intent of the 2066 code without this. And, and, you know, there's other ways to get to 70% efficient. This stopping block is wrong. I mean, we've reduced the glass area in a building, add insulation, make the building tighter. Those things can all be done and strive to that 70% reduction. But we also have the pulling power that the council can go back to the legislature and say, hey, this is getting too costly and we need to give a breath of air here. And so far the council hasn't been willing to do that. But when only 3% of the people can afford this Mercedes that we're building, what are you going to do? I mean, all you architects, all you engineers, you're going to be reduced amount that you can build because the people just can't afford it. And we're supposed to have the RCW say this is supposed to be a minimum standard. This is so far from a minimum standard. It's ridiculous. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Lisa?
Hi, thank you. I'm going to make a motion. But before I make the motion, I do want to thank both Greg and Larry for your proposals. This has been an important discussion for the tag. The message is clear of what we're here to accomplish. And I think that the information that's been shared for both of these proposals is really going to help the tag as we move forward, going through all the code change proposals that have come in and make our decision. So I just wanted to put that out there and thank you for your work. But I'd like to make a motion to disapprove this proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. Do we have a second?
I'm going to second that.
Thanks, Eric. All right, we have a motion and a second, and I see no more hands up. Let's do a roll call vote on this one. The yes vote here is to disapprove the proposal, and the no vote would be to, I guess, continue discussion on it and probably approve it. All right, let's vote.
Yes, vote would be to disapprove. Okay.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
A yes to disapprove.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Savarajan,
Yes.
okay, motion carries 13-1 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. This is a disapproved proposal. We're going to move on. First, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 10:25. I'll see you then, and we will go through the next proposals. All right, welcome back, everybody. I think it's clear from the last couple of votes that people have different ideas of what 2066 means, and I guess that's normal. Okay, so we're going to move on to TSPR section C403, proposal 160. Ian Casey, are you in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, well, we'll bring up your proposal and talk about it. And we're going to talk about 160 and 210 together because they're both um, about the TSPR. So Ian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Joe. So yes, this proposal is pertaining to the total system performance ratio, called TSPR for short. And this pertains to new construction, commercial buildings over 5,000 square foot for certain occupancies like office, retail, education. Um, and what it is you use a modeling software that was developed by PNNL, and it pertains only to HVAC space heating systems. That's another key distinction of where this applies. And what it does is it's a method where you plug in your modeling inputs, so your insulate, well, I guess strictly HVAC components. Are you using DOAS, heat pump, efficiency ratings? And then it compares that to a reference design. And the basis for this metric in TSPR is you're weighting your annual heating and cooling HVAC loads and comparing them to emissions. And this was introduced first in the 2018 code. And I guess the conflict for this and the basis for this discussion of this proposal is to strike it out completely. What it is an additional compliance path on the prescriptive path, which makes you do the modeling in the PNNL modeling program. And you have to comply with it in addition to prescriptive measures. And it's based on emissions of your HVAC system, which I believe is out of scope of the Washington State Energy Code. And essentially what this proposal accomplishes is if you strike out this section, it would just go back to strictly relying on the prescriptive path for compliance. So that's the introduction I have, if there's any questions.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say a few words as well. So one of the things that happened when we looked at the 2021 code for the EPCA revisions a couple years ago was that we changed the so the prior to EPCA, it was based on carbon emissions, and there was a table that included electricity and gas and other things in it. And it just so happened in that table that was approved by the TAG and the council that the electricity and the gas numbers were very close to each other. They were within 10% on a BTU, on a total delivered BTU basis. When the EPCA changes were accepted by the TAG, the bulk of the code was changed to site energy use. And that was a slight revision in terms of, it was the same stringency, but it was a slight revision in terms of the numbers because the electricity and the gas were within 10% of each other, but they were, a little bit different. So changing from those factors to site energy use was a slight change. TSPR, the folks that do TSPR didn't have the time or capability to remodel it based on site energy use instead of carbon emissions. So it was left in the 2021 code as being based on carbon instead of site energy use. And that's where we are today. I wanted a little bit of that history for those of you who haven't been on the TAG as long. So, Ian, did I get it right? Is that your recollection?
Yeah, I think that is accurate. This did kind of go under the radar of that EPCA rulemaking. or was trying to get away from emissions-based. So.
Yep. Okay. Lisa.
Yeah, just one point of clarification. The description of the proposal here states that TSPR is required for space heating, and I'd like to clarify that that's not correct. That TSPR is actually the requirement to comply with this provision only applies to buildings that have mechanical cooling. If the building is if it's a heating only building, then the TSPR provision does not apply. So it only applies to buildings with just mechanical cooling or buildings with both heating and cooling, just not buildings that are heated only.
Thanks, Lisa. Eric.
Yeah, this is just a general question, and I guess this is if someone can answer this question, can we use total system performance ratio using annual emissions and still meet Initiative 2066 and EPCA? Because if we can't, then we have an issue. So I don't know if someone can answer that question from the tag, or maybe Shelley, you could just answer it.
Well, what I'm going to say is every tag member sat it through and asked questions of the same lawyer.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I know that's a loaded question, but
and we have our own interpretation. So I'm going to say use your own interpretation of 2066. I don't think I guess we could vote on a tag interpretation of it, but the other thing is that there's another proposal which uses site energy performance instead of this. So I think there's two options in front of the council or in front of the tag, and this one gets rid of the TSPR and the other one changes the metrics to site energy performance. So
okay.
But I can't answer your,
yeah, and maybe no one else can answer that question, but I just want to make sure everyone here understands that. Anyway, probably everyone there understands where I was going with that comment or question, open-ended question.
Yeah, it's something we're all wrestling with. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric. Lisa, do you have another?
Yeah, so just one other comment. So the other proposal, the other TSPR proposal, proposal 210, David Reddy and I are going to be presenting that proposal, and that proposal does address the carbon emissions element. So we just want to make sure everybody is aware that that is in the next proposal.
Yeah, and I wanted to take questions on this one so everybody understands it, and then we'll move over to the other one, and I'd rather consider both before we vote on them.
Could I put a motion in right now, Shell?
Sure.
Motion to table this proposal until we hear the second proposal.
Okay, and then that's how I was going to run it as chair anyway.
Oh, okay.
So I guess we have a motion, but do you want to withdraw the motion? I think
I'll withdraw the motion. If that's how you're going to run it, I would love to hear both the proposals before we.
That's how I'm going to run it. And there's a few other places where, especially when we talked about 401.3, where we're going to hear 3 or 5 proposals, and I think they all cover the same subject and do slightly different things or largely different things with them. And I'm going to run the meetings to get all the major proposals that affect something in front of the tag with questions and answers before we vote on them, just because I think we need to see the options. So
10-4. Thank you.
Yep. Cool. All right. I don't see any more hands up about this proposal. Let's look at the other proposal. And Lisa, do you want to?
Sure. And then just a quick check-in, is David ready here?
Yeah, Lisa, I'm here.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, we volunteered to present this proposal on PNNL's behalf. So we'll do our best to try to cover all the details that this proposal takes on. And so I'm going to get my notes here, make sure we cover everything. And so the gist of this proposal is it makes various revisions to the TSPR requirement. with the goal to align this requirement with I-2066. And then it also addresses various details that have been raised by engineers and contractors that have had to go through the process of complying with this provision by making some adjustments to the proposed design criteria and the standard reference design criteria. So that's the general gist. I'll read through the list here. This proposal changes the calculation metric from carbon emissions to site energy. There are some changes in tables D601.10.1 that includes air to water heat pump systems as a building that the TSPR simulation software can handle. It also updates the rated efficiency of energy recovery in the standard reference design to meet the minimum requirements in the energy code. It changes standard reference design for multifamily use types, and it removes the economizer requirement for that. It also clarifies the efficiency requirements required to meet the standard reference design to meet all the prescriptive requirements. It updates the VRF system heating and cooling efficiency inputs to account for the new AHRI test procedures. It modifies the modeling approach for ground source heat pumps and provides a more accurate simulation for the groundwater loop. It also allows detailed thermal zoning as an option, which is in response to feedback from folks that are using the tool. And then if heating, the cool equipment efficiencies, fan power, ERV efficiencies, they're all updated during the code cycle, that they would, if any of those items are revised as a part of this tag process, that those changes would have to be incorporated into the TSPR requirement. So there may be a bit of work that has to happen once we've completed all of our proposal review. Krista, can you scroll down? So for the first item, the way this is being addressed is under the definition. The references to carbon emissions has been removed, and it now points to strictly site energy consumption. Scroll down further. And there's a change here to exception number 11. The gist of this exception is it basically states that if the proposed design of the building aligns with the standard reference design as defined in for TSPR, then that project is deemed to comply. The project doesn't have to go through the process of demonstrating compliance with TSPR. And so all what this is doing is it's pointing to those efficiency differences for both heat pumps and applied heat pumps, stating that for the, make sure I get this right, for the I think it's the standard reference design, that we're to look to the efficiency requirements in the tables versus the efficiency values that are listed in table D60211. And scroll up. Okay, again, the references to carbon emissions are being removed and switched to site energy, which also means now that the carbon emissions factor table is no longer needed. Keep scrolling.
I can't see anything. Sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure if somebody's supposed to be sharing their screen.
I see a shared screen, Poppy.
So Poppy, I've had that issue in the past. Usually to fix it, it requires you to exit out of and close down Zoom and re-get into Zoom, and then it'll allow you to see the screen.
Okay, I'll try that. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, so this change here, now I have to turn to my notes on this one. Let's see. Yeah, the purpose of this is there is in the description here for the proposed design, it explains the procedure for setting up the thermal zones within the building, where you have to define specific blocks. So you're taking your building and you're breaking it out into specific blocks, and the criteria for TSPR explains a specific process for doing that. And it has been requested, and it also brought to the attention as well for the folks who have developed TSPR, that there are some efficiency strategies that by using this default approach to assigning the blocks, that it makes it difficult to accurately capture the savings potential of different strategies. And so this allows the thermal zoning to be developed based on the design documents, so that it can be more accurate, an accurate reflection of the actual building performance. Hopefully I got that right. Scroll up. Okay, it adds as an additional system type 13, which is air to water heat pumps. And what this is adding is that this is the new table in the energy code for heat pump and heat recovery chiller packages. So the TSPR simulation tool now supports systems with heat recovery chillers as the central plant, supporting the water loop in the system. And I'll let David Reddy dig in.
So yeah, just I think a clarification, and this is something I want to double check with PNNL, but my understanding at this point is that it will only support a proposed air to water heat pump for heating only. So imagine a hot water loop with a heat pump on it, not a heat recovery chiller package.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. As I said, we're doing our best here to try to capture everything that they're accomplishing in this proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll follow up with Mike, and I do think that a clarification here is needed to assess whether you could actually your proposed design does fit into this criteria, because I think there will be some confusion without some additional detail there.
Yes, I agree. And actually, I have a couple ideas of maybe a slight revision to the proposal that could capture that better. But yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. So what I'm going to do, Dave, is I'm going to get through the whole thing and then let you jump in and cover.
Go for it.
Okay, so continue down. Okay, so let's see. Okay, this is attempting to address the fact that there's been a difference in rating criteria for packaged equipment, for small equipment that would include, let's see if I can find my list, air-cooled air conditioners, air-cooled heat pumps, air-cooled VRF air conditioners, and VRF heat pumps. The efficiency rating has been shifted from SEER and HSPF to SEER 2 and HSPF 2. And I hope I'm understanding this correctly, that the TSPR tool, that one of the inputs is based on SEER and HSPF. And so there is a conversion factor that the SEER 2 value can be applied to get an equivalent SEER to put into the tool. Is that correct, David? Am I explaining that right?
Yeah, and this is another area to probably add more detail to is and this I think is a broader subject. There is an SBCC opinion on the conversions. But I haven't double checked that they're the same as what's published in 10 CFR part 431, the reference here. So I think that there's a consideration here for whether those conversions are built into our code or if they're a reference to some other conversion resource. So, but yeah, that's the gist of it. We have ratings in SEER and SEER 2, and for the modeling, I believe the input is SEER, is still SEER, so we need a conversion.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so modeling in reference to the TSPR simulation tool. So that's
Yeah.
that's the point. And the additional information here, it does the same for VRF equipment efficiencies.
VRF is a little bit of a different story in that the HRI test method changed in 2021 and actually 2023 as well has the same similar test method. In those cases, the ratings that are that come out of those new test standards result in an ER that is not directly compatible with the modeling tool. So there has to, again, it's a similar idea. We have to do a conversion to get to the model input needed for TSPR, and this is the accepted conversion.
Right. Yes, thank you. Okay. You can scroll up, Krista. Okay. A little bit more, no changes there. Let's see. Hopefully I'm catching everything. Let's see. Actually, David, I'm going to defer to you on this one to highlight it in yellow.
Yeah, so the table includes some additional inputs. I'm not sure why they don't show up in red, but they're red lines additions to account for the new system type added in the previous table. One edit that will need to be made here is the backup heat source is not a hot water plant, but rather a electric boiler that would be the backup to the air to water heat pump that would be modeled by the tool. But yeah, those additions are all applicable to system 13, the new air to water heat pump. And then the edits to the ground loop heat pump are just updating the references from characteristics of the well field that would have been modeled to the table of temperatures that are modeled, which if you scroll down, lists the temperatures.
Yeah, and I think that the purpose of this, as I'm understanding it, is that the temperature profile that's utilized in the modeling can cause the results of the simulation to vary widely. And so the purpose of defining what we'll call it a default temperature profile that will basically equalize, the modeling so that the results are more consistent. And I do want to, I will probably ask once we're done with all this to perhaps make a small change here that this temperature profile, it only applies to ground source heat pumps. And so it might be beneficial to change the title of this to say ground source heat pumps, groundwater loop temperature, just so that there isn't confusion. This is not referring to a groundwater system. It's referring to a ground source heat pump system. Is that correct, David?
Yeah, a bore field type ground geothermal system where not a lake water system or other kind of water source kind of type of systems that you might encounter.
Right, yeah. But systems that tap into the aquifer, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
One clarification, I think, is these temperatures are in Celsius currently, so they need to be, I believe they need to be updated to Fahrenheit.
Yeah, thanks. Good catch. Okay. Can scroll down. As I mentioned here, so this is the criteria to comply with the standard reference design. And as I noted, this proposal is going to remove the requirement for multifamily to have outside air economizer. And the purpose for this is that for Group R2 multifamily economizers, this does align with Section C 403.5 Exception 1, which states that DOAS with energy recovery, if it's provided, then economizer is not required. And since ERV, HRVs with a baseline, sensible efficiency is a part of the baseline standard reference design, then having an economizer requirement, removing that aligns with that exception. And scroll down. And then here for the ERV efficiency, it's sensible only. What this does is it points to section C403.3.5.1, which defines the code minimum sensible effectiveness value, which is currently 68%, but that might get changed during our code change proposal review. So this points to that table or to that provision for the required ERV efficiency. In the previous code, it was 70% across the board, which was actually a little bit more stringent than code minimum. And so this balances the standard reference design back to code minimum. Scroll down. I think that was it. So David, do you have anything else to add?
No, you covered it. Great. There was a few, well, I guess there were two items that needed further clarification. One was on iron or water heat pump, but there was another one that I suggested that we didn't get in or didn't get into this document, was related to defining the blocks for multifamily dwelling units that don't have heating and cooling in all rooms.
Okay.
That's an area that we've run into using TSPR that isn't clear, and I think that's another area that should be provided more detail on.
Is that the one change in the proposal that allows the blocks to be defined based on the proposed design configuration? Does that address that?
Yeah, I think
right
it
there.
touches, it alludes to that. I think we need something more clear. Because I mean, the TSPR also has in chapter 4 has an exception that it only applies to spaces, like you said, that are heated and cooled. So that statement there kind of implies you only model a portion of the dwelling unit, but I still think that that deserves some clarity, maybe as an informative note or some opinion, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll accept questions.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. Just to refresh everyone's memory, we do have two proposals on the table. But we'll answer questions about this one specifically. So Larry, you are up.
Well, first off, I can't even find it in my book because I don't have a relationship to the number. And there's been so much said here. Personally, I would need a week to even evaluate this proposal. And in the Spokane area, I mean, we don't do a lot of bores on the geothermal. I mean, if you're in the valley, you're like 70 feet to water, all the water you'd ever want at 50 degrees. And it maintains about a 50-degree temperature year round. And so your pumping energy is very little. And I don't see anything in there to help that out. And when you look at having to bore all these holes and do that, you're much better just to pump and dump, because our water is pristine over here. And so I don't think it helps us out there. But there's so much said here, and the way we're put together, I mean, I could follow it on the screen, but as you go down the screen, there's so much information that's being proposed here that really need to take a hard look at it and probably use the program a little bit to see on each of these, to see what's really happening and what is the reasoning. How much energy savings are we talking here by doing this? I didn't hear any of that. And then what is the cost for doing this kind of work? But first off, I'd need to be able to look at it, understand it, and then try it to see what advantages is we're getting here. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And yeah, I guess a general comment is we don't have time to, in the tag meetings, to go through every proposal with enough time for people who haven't looked at it before. We need to come prepared, and I realize there's a lot of proposals, and I realize that we all have day jobs and that, but we really have to come prepared to talk about what our thoughts are and what our technical considerations are and suggestions are on proposals, because we don't have time to go through every proposal in crazy amount of detail and get familiar with it within the tag meetings. We'll be familiar with it, but we need to show up with specific comments on it. There's for or against, but there's also, like, hey, number one should really change to say 0.25 instead of 0.35 because of this. That's what that's what ideally we should come prepared with. So yeah, general comment. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Shell. I had a number of questions. Starting on page 2 of this PDF on exception 11. There it is. It looks like the struck out sentence and the following sentence are identical. Is that true?
Yeah, I think you are right about that. I think what they're doing here is it was a rewrite of the exception, with the point being that it is now stating that heating and cooling efficiencies, that you're to look to tables, 403332 and 40314 for this required COPs versus to the table. So I think you're right that the first sentence is a duplication.
That's okay. Yeah, just kind of a typographical thing. I just wanted to make sure I saw that correctly. And then on page 4, or no, sorry, keep going. It's page 6. There's reference to the CFR table 3-1. I can't find that table in the CFR.
Yeah. That's I had the same issue. It should be 3.1 is, and I don't know if I can put it in the chat, but that I think that is an area we've already identified as needing more clarity on the reference, and also needs to be cross-referenced with the current conversions that users of the code in Washington have been kind of prescribed to use. So
gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, it is still 3 as in yeah, 0.1 though. Yep.
And then on page 7, there's a caret on the side indicating a change. I was wondering if something happened there.
No, I don't know where that came from. We didn't discuss with P&L anything in this area.
Good deal. And then on page 10, those groundwater loop temperature profiles, are those temperatures, what are the source of those? Is that ASHRAE?
My understanding is these were developed based on some modeling of typical conditions in these climate zones. That's my understanding, and they are, I believe, in Celsius, so
yeah,
they need to be fixed. But
yeah, I don't think you're gonna get 10-degree Fahrenheit water through a pipe very well.
I think P&L maybe they may be able to provide some additional detail on that.
Okay, but it was like P&L modeling that generate these numbers.
That's my understanding.
Okay. And and then on that same page, there's the yes what was yes, what was once a yes is now a no. There you go. Is that to align with the Washington State Energy Code? I think Lisa, you spoke to this, but
Yeah, so if you look at it, section C 403.5 exception 1, which points to group R2 multifamily, it states that if the system serving multifamily have energy recovery, then economizer is not required. So originally it said that economizer was required under TSPR, which would in addition to energy recovery. So then that meant the standard reference design was actually more stringent than code minimum. And so that's the purpose for this change, is to align it with code minimum for multifamily.
okay, gotcha. That's good deal. Okay. And then really, I guess back to page 1, changing the basis of the TSPR to site energy. I know we've been through this a number of times, but I can't I just have to bring it up. So why not source energy? And my reasoning is I'm looking at the EPA Energy Star website, and they have a paragraph header saying EPA recommends using source energy. It's the most equitable unit of evaluation. By taking all energy use into account, the score, in this case Energy Star score, provides a complete assessment of energy efficiency in a building. And they go on to use an example of 2 buildings. I could put this on screen, I suppose, but gives they have 2 different buildings with a couple different source scenarios. And it says site energy makes the second building appear much more efficient. Source energy provides a more equitable comparison. And the scores flip based on how you evaluate that source versus site energy. So I know that opens a can of worms, and that you then need that table D 201 to be reinstated or be reworked.
Kevin, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is there a Washington State appropriate specific site to source ratio? Because I think, and I've said this before at other TEG meetings and other things, I think our site to source is vastly different than most other states, because a lot of our energy is hydro, and some renewables that don't have the typical, fossil fuel 30-ish% efficiency at that plant level. We'd have a vastly different site to source than I think most other places.
Yeah, there are multiple possible conversion factors, and that's why I hesitate to bring this up because that's a whole nother set of debate.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably a council level discussion, and maybe we'll have that at the council at some point.
Yeah, the proposal was to just align with what the other metrics that are used in the code. It wasn't to take a specific position on site energy. It's just based on what the understanding of the direction of the code was.
And also to address, I-2066 by removing this, connection to carbon emissions, and if there is a determination to go to source versus site, that should be independent of this proposal. That the proposal should be evaluated based on its own kind of standalone merit. recognizing, and this, you know, applies to a variety of details in this proposal, frankly, because, you know, we're going to be evaluating code change proposals that are going to change some of the parameters in the code that will then have to be rolled back into TSPR so that TSPR accurately aligns with the final energy code. And so the site versus source question would be one of those details that would have to be reincorporated back in if it was switched to source.
I think that's a very complete answer to my question. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Lisa, your hand was up next.
You skipped over me.
Yeah, that was
did I?
Kevin was the one just speaking, so Greg's still up.
Okay, sorry, sorry, Greg, go for it.
Yeah, so I had a couple questions. One, I wanted to thank Lisa and David for presenting it. Wondering, is P&L available at some point to, I mean, we've covered a lot and there's some changes, it sounds like, for this. Are the P&L available at some point to meet with the tag?
I wish I could give an answer on that. I'm not sure on what they're going to be able to do, but you know, we definitely been reaching out to them and with technical questions, and they've been providing feedback to our technical questions, and so I believe that is a process that we can go through in the future.
Yeah, I highly respect P&L, and I would love to have a conversation with them or have them answer some, you know, I mean, tag. And my inclination would be, I mean, finish discussing this now, but my inclination would be to table it until after P&L had it, you know, we can meet with our tag to address some of these things. Because, but I did have a second question, and this one's to Ian. And ideally, I'd ask the same question to P&L also, but I want to know Ian's take on, because both Ian's proposal and P&L's proposal is addressing similar issue. It's just solving it in different ways, and want to know what Ian's take is on the comparison between the two proposals.
Yeah, I can respond to that. I think so. Lisa has commented that pivoting to site is going to be bringing it into compliance with I-2066. I don't share that opinion. I have more of the opinion of, with my proposal, of striking it out. You know, we have a prescriptive path and we have a performance-based path on this code. I think this TSPR method is cumbersome and it shouldn't be forced on designers choosing to pursue a prescriptive path. It's complicated. We're looking at about 8 pages of different compliance metrics that go into this proprietary compliance system. I think the prescriptive path should stand on its own as strictly prescriptive. And yeah, those are my comments.
Thanks, Ian. Greg, was that?
Yeah, and I wish P&L was here so I could ask the same question for them, and you know, we could have a really robust debate.
There's some stuff going on federally right now, so I think there's
still. I mean, I would, if since they put it in the proposal, I would hope they could make time at some point.
I don't know that it's about making time.
Yeah, it's not something that is in their control.
They would.
Yeah, Greg, Mike did send me a note saying he could offer a meeting in a work group if that's something you desire to have to talk about your questions.
Oh, I would love to do a work group or something where we can, yeah, I mean, have more robust debate and have his take on some of the changes we discussed today.
Greg, you are welcome to reach out at any point, and I guess I think work groups are great if we want them, but if you have specific questions, you could just reach out, or you could reach out through Lisa and David and get your questions answered probably more quickly than trying to get a big group together. So
I have a couple additional comments to add in
Okay, go
response
ahead.
to feedback. So just kind of stepping back, and I'm hearing the some opinions about this particular requirement in the code. So the scope of the TSPR requirement, first of all, it's only required for buildings where the sum of a conditioned floor area is greater than 5,000 square feet. And it only applies to office, retail, education, library, and multifamily buildings. So that's the scope. So any building type that is not within that scope is not required to comply with TSPR. And there are quite a few exceptions where, based on either the system types that are serving the building or primarily system types, and it's not required for building alterations. The wording is that alterations to existing buildings that do not substantially replace the entire HVAC system and are not serving initial build-out construction, so initial TI. So this is not something that is imposed on an existing building upgrade. And then also exception 11, which we've spoken about today, that is essentially the prescriptive path. And so if a building can comply with the prescriptive path as defined in the standard reference design, then the building is deemed to comply and it does not have to complete a TSPR simulation. So this is for projects, larger projects that with those specific occupancy types that do not meet the prescriptive standard reference design, then they would go through the process of presenting their designs and comparing that to the standard reference design to show that at a base minimum, that as a system, not just individual components, but as an overall system, which is a much more accurate way of determining the overall efficiency of the HVAC, that it's just requesting a minimum requirement compared to prescriptive, that it meets at least that level. And that's the purpose for TSPR, as I understand it. Hope that was clear.
Thanks, Lisa. David, you're up.
Yeah, I guess I would characterize this proposal as cleanup and updates needed to be consistent with the next version of the code. It's if the questions about whether or not TSPR should be part of the prescriptive path are not addressed by this proposal, and those are separate questions. So I think if it does remain in the code, these are necessary cleanup items that need to happen. So I would think of them that way and consider those other questions outside of this proposal.
Thanks. David, Larry.
Yeah, I never did get my first questions answered. How much energy savings is there with this? And what's the cost? And that needs to be answered from the first question. And then the second question I got is, you got to remember that all these new buildings that are coming online, the electricity is all being fueled by fossil fuels. It may be in the spring we might have enough wind
Larry, that's not a true statement, and I'll go over that in a couple
well,
minutes.
I think there's a disagreement there. But anyway, then if we also go to on the tubes, how many tubes per borehole did they have? Are they two tubes per borehole? Are they 4 tubes per borehole? Are they 6 tubes per borehole? What type of grouting mechanism are they using in their boreholes to get their achievement on their numbers? Because there's a vast difference of when you start drilling boreholes, what the production is and how many tubes you're putting in. The more tubes you're putting in, you get more out of the borehole, but there is a cost for doing that too. And then, so I'd like to know how they're doing their calculations here, so I can put them into my geo software that I have to see what's happening here. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And I
Can I
would,
respond to Larry's? Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I was going to suggest that you reach out to Lisa or David with any questions, and they can help get them answered. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, well, my quick answer is, so the first question, Larry, I apologize, I didn't address your original question on the amount of energy savings that this requirement captures. The goal, again, is it is a way to make sure that different system types actually meet the prescriptive minimum of the code. And depending on the system type, it can be difficult to determine that unless you look at it as a whole system. And so that's what TSPR does, is it's evaluating the performance of the entire system versus the individual components. As far as the amount of energy savings potential of this provision in the code, I think we probably have to look back to the original proposal that brought this provision into the code in 2018. And I can certainly reach out to PNNL and ask them for that information. And then also to answer your question about ground source systems, I again could reach out to PNNL and ask them for, the defaults, the baseline that they are using in the simulation tool, and so that information is available to you.
Yeah, and Lisa, to add I think one answer to the how much does this cost, or what's the added cost? This TSPR was already in the code, so for this code cycle, there is no added cost. But so we'd have to look back to the original proposal, or if there was a cost associated with TSPR or not. But for this code cycle, these are just cleanup changes. So
yes, and so thank you for reiterating that that's what this proposal does. It makes an additional effort to align the TSPR standard reference design with the prescriptive minimum of the current code. And so, these are cleanup items, and it also is attempting to address I-2066. The merit of the provision itself would fall into the previous proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry, did that help?
It would help to have some of that documentation. Did they drill their boreholes in rock? Did they drill their boreholes in what type of rock? Is it granite or is it a clay? I mean, all of those give you different factors.
Feel free to reach out to Lisa and get those questions answered, because these are all based on modeling, and the modeling have assumptions, and those can be disclosed. So
yeah, but the other thing is if the data, where did they get their data? I mean, did they get it from the National Association of Geothermal People?
Those are good questions. I would put them.
I mean, and because there's a wide variety here of how much energy you can get from a hole. Okay. And so that's all done by somebody that comes out and analyzes what the ground is. Thank you.
yeah, Larry, what's proposed here is a profile that's based on a number of assumptions and simulations, and they're standardized. They're not going to be custom to your specific site. So that is a limitation of what's proposed here. It is kind of an average profile that you will get. And so it's not going to speak to any of those different.
So is there a cost for this program to buy this program so a person has the ability to use it, or is it a free program? Or
it's a free program. It's a web tool online. Yeah, and it's been in the code cycle, so if you haven't had to deal with it yet, it's likely you complied with one of the exceptions, or some other reason. But yeah, it's been out there, and I've used it. It's very, very straightforward, easy to use. But there is a cost to it. Nobody will deny that. it is another piece of showing compliance with the code. So, and I don't know what that was quantified as in the original proposal.
Yeah, and there are also training tools available that PNNL has provided. And there are also some webinars that are posted on the WashingtonEnergyCodes.com website that provide information about the tool.
Thanks. Poppy, you had your hand up next, but it went down and back up.
Yeah, I accidentally lowered it. So I just wanted to say that I think there is another proposal that's proposing to remove TSPR, and that's based on I-2066, but this is not proposing to include TSPR. TSPR is already a part of the code. And so I think discussion here should be more about the particular revisions that are being proposed to align TSPR with 2066 and not whether or not it should exist or whether or not it delivers savings or not, because that was already debated when it was added in the first place. That doesn't mean that there aren't new questions arising from the changes that are added here, but overall, it's not about whether or not there should be TSPR or not. That's, I think, a different proposal.
Yep. Well, it's a prior proposal, the Ian Casey proposal. Okay, so we're covering this. I heard a couple people say they don't have enough information to vote on it today. We could have a motion to table it. We could also vote on it today. We can do whatever the tag wants. We have 160 proposals to get through. And not all of them are have as many words as this one. But I do want to make sure that if we table it and we bring it back, that we were only discussing the elements that were brought up as potential issues or changes. So we're not going to have this exact same discussion at this length next time we see this if we table it today. Okay, Nathan.
So high level comment is that I like that this brings TSPR up to this code cycle's requirements, fixes some errors, has the flexibility that we could go site to source energy if we as a group decide to make some sort of large shift like that. So I think this in my mind is a better approach than deleting TSPR entirely. A technical question that maybe needs to get addressed or not, I'm not clear. When we look at that groundwater loop temperature profile table, the one that's already been stated is in Celsius, needs to get converted to Fahrenheit. The numbers are identical between the two climate zones, and I don't know if that was intentional or if maybe, I mean, like, why have two rows if it's the same information? So was that an error or is that intentional?
That's a question that I can ask PNNL. And I have a question for you, Shell, on this one, because I mean, the merit of the proposal is to align with the current code and to make various enhancements. If based on this discussion, there are some refinements that will be needed with the current language in front of us, plus there may be other details that need to be adjusted based on future proposals. If there was a vote today to approve this, could that vote be that we are approving it, understanding that these additional refinements would be made, or is it better to table it and then wait until those refinements are known and then incorporate later?
Once we vote something forward, we can still modify it. So I think it would be reasonable to, if tag can do what the tag wants, but if people felt comfortable with this in general, we could vote it forward, and then we could then later modify it in some ways if we feel this is the right approach. That's a possible thing to do. And I think from a expediency I would recommend, if we thought that this proposal was the right approach to TSPR, we'd vote it forward, and then we would modify it later if there's some minor modifications.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Eric, you're up.
All right. So I've been waiting for this since we've started, not today, but the site versus source. And I don't want to make this a 10-minute conversation, Shell, but I do want to answer two things. I think it's very, very important to your discussion at a state building code council, and then also Kevin. So just give me 2 minutes on the floor and then I'll move on. The Department of Commerce releases a total amount of energy uses every year, right? So about a year behind on that. That's governed by the RCW 19.29A. They required. So you can go on Department of Commerce, anyone, and get the fuel mix disclosure from our state. Simple. In 2022, I have this on my screen. On a percentage basis, we are a hydro-dominated state, 53%. 2023, which is the brand new one that just came out February 7th, which I've been waiting for that report to discuss that. Hydro use, not on a total percentage base, hydro is still the same, right? We still produce the same amount of energy, is decreasing at a substantial rate, 5% less on our total fuel mixture. While our unspecified, which is our buyout of energy from Idaho, BC, Oregon, is increasing. We don't know what that fuel mix. It could be coal, it could be natural gas. What's very interesting is our natural gas use to make additional power is actually up by 2%. Coal, of course, is going down. Why? Because it's statute, I think it was CETA, Clean Energy Transformation Act. So we are using a lot more energy in the state, and it's mainly driven by many things, right? But I would say Eastern Washington data centers, large energy users in the state. Hydro is decreasing, or the total amount of percentage, that's all I'm going to say on this, substantially. We lost 5% of our total usage, according to Department of Commerce last year. So we are, if you look at a linear graph in say 2 to 4 years, we might be in the, let's just say the low 40s or the high 30s of a total use. So I think this site versus source is more important. One of the most important things we're going to discuss as a tag. We tried getting through that on the 2021 code and moving forward. So with that, my time, that is, so to answer your Kevin and then answer your Shell, I would definitely bring that up in the state building code council and one of your committees, and definitely bring up the Department of Commerce, the fuel mixture disclosure and all the applicable documents that's on the website that they're required to show. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Kevin, you're up.
Yeah, a quick comment on the, boy, sorry, thought I had this. Yeah, page 1. Oh no, page 2, exception 11 again. I think there's a typo. I think that's should be, these are hard to say, right? I think that should be table C403.3.2. Print 2, and same with the other one, because those other tables don't exist.
Good catch. Yes, I agree. Both those should be 2s. Thank you.
And then I'd like to make a motion for Shell's suggestion to table both of these proposals for a subsequent meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. And then can I propose a friendly amendment to that, is that we'd also have a work group in which Ian and PNL kind of get to discuss this together. And I would suggest that maybe Ian would lead the work group since he's got something similar, and invite whoever else wants to be involved.
I'd consider that a friendly amendment. I don't know if we need to make a motion for that, but
yeah, these are unofficial work groups where anyone could contact anyone and work on proposals, and we can't compel PNNL to be involved or anybody else. So
okay, well, we don't need to make that official part of the of your motion. It's just I would like to suggest it'd be nice if if there's a conversation that people had in the work group before we actually resume the untabling of this.
Works for me.
Okay, a motion to table is not debatable. So it's unamendable and undebatable. So that's what's on the floor right now. So we will vote on this motion to table right now. And let's do a roll call vote because I think I'm just not feeling lucky with this one that will be unanimous. And again, I'm going to use the rule, if I hear more than 2 nays, I will, in a voice vote, I'll do a roll call. But I think there's a roll call vote. Motion to table both of these is the yes answer, and the no answer is let's continue to discuss them today.
Okay, Margaret,
No.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Can you repeat what yes and no mean?
Yeah, so yes is tabling this one and the other one about TSPR. No is not to table.
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sosarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Marcus Berta,
No.
Deepa Savarajan,
No.
okay, motion fails 6-7 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. Let's continue discussion on this. I think just the things we could do today are approve either of them, deny either of them or both of them. Because we're not going to table them, it sounds like. So I'd like to hear what people want to do with these 2 proposals. And I think right now in order would be a motion on either or both of them, as we heard. So Poppy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to mention just a couple things. One is that I know it's not necessarily the topic of discussion for today, but it has been brought up, this question of source versus site energy. And I just wanted to confirm that it is not a decision for the TAG, and it's also not a decision for the SBCC. This would be at the legislative level because it's in 1927A 160 that it has to be based on net energy consumption, which is not source energy, it is site energy. So that is already in our law at the legislative level, and we would have to make that change at that level.
Poppy,
But
can you repeat that RCW so I could just write that down real quick?
yeah, it's 1927A 160. And the 160 is just basically the language around the 70% mandate, and it clarifies, I think, in a couple places in that section that it's net energy consumption.
It specifically says residential and non-residential construction permitted under the 2031 State Energy Code must achieve a 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption using the baseline of 2006. That's what it specifically says.
So I'd also like to make a motion to accept this proposal, just in the interest of expediency and in the understanding that we can make some changes later. And I definitely encourage folks to ask some specific questions now around things that they would want to discuss, since we'll have the opportunity to discuss it now.
Poppy, which proposal of the two?
This proposal, the PNNL proposal that Lisa is presenting right now.
Proposal 210. And I'm not the proponent, so I'm going to go ahead and second that motion.
Thanks. And even a proponent could second the motion as well. I mean, just to be clear. So we have a motion, we have a second.
And I'll add that you know, my second is in the spirit of the fact that this proposal is really intended to be a cleanup proposal. It aligns an existing requirement in the energy code with the code minimum baseline. You know, it does various things to do that. And it also addresses I-2066, which is part of our to-do list. So that's the reason for my second.
And yeah, those are definitely my intentions with the motion as well.
Thanks, Poppy. Andy, you're up.
Yeah, there's not been very much discussion on the other proposal. And as a practitioner, my experience with TSPR in the project types that I've worked on, primarily multifamily types, I don't see a lot of effective outcome of the intent of TSPR to encourage whole system efficiency. And it kind of is on the ground acting as kind of a post-design compliance documentation exercise that's not adding a lot of value to the actual design. I'm curious to hear what others' experiences have been, and kind of back to the spirit of, are there ways that we can simplify the code? To me, this feels like a way that we might be able to do that without losing something that, in my experience, I haven't seen implement a lot of effective efficiency beyond what's already prescriptively required. So I just don't want to lose sight of the other proposal on the table too, that I think could also simplify things in addition to addressing the concerns about the existing carbon emissions language, et cetera. Very open to if others have seen better outcomes in other project types, but just wanted to share my experience on the implementation side.
Thanks, Andy. Kevin, you're up.
Oh, thanks, Shell. I just had to speak to what was just said about statute, where statute says net energy consumption. It doesn't specify site or source. It is open to interpretation as either, and therefore it is something the council should consider. The tag doesn't make decisions about code. The tag makes recommendations to the council to make decisions about code, but this is certainly within the realm of discussion for the tag, whether we should consider site or source. The statute does not stipulate site or source. Also, it does use a 2006 baseline, which, if you dig into it, under the energy modeling section, I think it's C406, stipulates that a system should be evaluated by fuel type. That is, you compare an electric technology to an electric technology or a gas technology to a gas technology. You do not compare them across fuel types. So there's some basis in the previous code for that kind of consideration, and that just broadens the discussion to what we have beyond what we have today, which is a different structure. And I'd suggest that that notion that's embedded in the 2006 code, which is embedded in this 70% goal, is a way of rectifying both EPCA and legislative requirements and Initiative 2066. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. And my recollection of EPCOT is that it talks about site energy use or energy cost. That's my recollection of the pathway that Washington State uses to have an energy code. Larry.
Yeah, I have this utter the same thing with Kevin. Net means what the actual end usage is coming to. And you surely wouldn't want to have where your 50% turbine is giving your electricity, where you're definitely much better to use gas. But even beyond that is, if we get back to this 70%, if you were a builder and you were building homes with electric furnaces with heat pumps to begin with, your home now has to be 70% more efficient than what it was in 2006. But if you were a builder and used a gas furnace, and predominantly a 75% gas furnace, you would have to have a 70% reduction on the home that was built in 2006 with the gas furnace. It doesn't say one from another. And if your home had a leakage rate of 1.5 instead of a 0.5, then you would start at the 1.5. Okay. And so it depends on what you were building originally. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg.
Yeah, so I wanted to highlight back to 27. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. I think this is important to bring this up on screen.
Is this relevant to the motion?
It is very relevant.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up my screen on here. So first off, I wanted to pull up the RCW that was referenced. So I've probably read through this a bazillion times. I've debated back last summer. I got clarification from attorneys and other engineers in verifying this, because what was discussed at the council level wasn't sufficient. So I got a lot of clarification. It's 70% reduction in annual net energy consumption. And that does not say site. It does not say source. And it's using, so that's a key thing. So this is really important that the statute does not specify what basis that is. Secondly, on site versus source, since we've gone there, I'll pull up a couple things, the real data, and I'll keep this brief. But this top graph right here is Avista's generation over the last year. And so you can see right here in blue, that's hydro. Green is wind and solar. So wind and solar is less, solar is less than 1%. Wind is about 10% or less. Wind is important that it offsets gas, but it's really an insignificant amount of power that we have in our state. And black is coal, which is going to go away and has to be picked up with by something else. You can see the natural gas is what really varies back and forth. Whereas aside from the seasonal change in May and the springtime where hydro gets high because of high flows in the river, aside from that, the change is all the natural gas. What is missing is the net import that's bought off the market, and that's because sometimes we buy and sometimes we sell, so I didn't add the import to this graph. But if you a better graph, if you look at an average of the megawatt generation by temperature, so this is from 4 degrees all the way up to 104 degrees, what you can see is, and averaging what the megawatt is at different temperatures, you can see that hydro is pretty darn constant, and that's because we're not building more dams on the river. And so what's actually increasing is the natural gas, which is the orange, and then what's purchased on the open market that we have to purchase. And most of that open market can be a variety of stuff, but I can tell you majority of that is fossil fuel based. And so you can see as the temperature gets really low or gets really high, we're burning gas. And then the last thing I'll show you that's important is, so this is the generation. So this is for WEC, which is the whole Western grid. So it includes Canada and all these states noted here. So right now we're showing what the generation mix for Washington State. It looks really green. But what's missing is that we trade power across straight lines. We're a net exporter. We export power to other states. And so when we consume more of our hydro, we have less to export. So you look at states like Wyoming, they could use a lot of our hydro if we could export all that. Look how much coal they're burning. And then if you look at a view of what the whole WEC is a whole, this is what it is. Our grid is actually used, hydro is actually a small portion of our whole grid. I mean, yes, Washington State might be more, but the power doesn't just stay in Washington State, it flows on the whole grid. And so it's important to note, when you include source energy, we're trading power back and forth from California and Wyoming and all over. And I can tell you that there's times where we're buying power from California and there's times we're sending it over there. So this is important to really know what our grid is made up. Eric had brought up a big point that yes, the hydro is constant because we can't build more dams. And so to make up that additional load, it's all natural gas.
Yeah, and Gregory, when you go into the Department of Commerce, which basically consolidates all this, that's called the unspecified section, which is increasing each year. So that makes sense, right? We're using more power. We can't build any more power plants. We're not putting in solar and wind fast enough. So just an FYI.
Okay, and I'll just say that that's one utility in the state of Washington presenting their data. That's Avista.
Well, that was WEC. I showed you. I showed you the Excel was
WEC
Avista's.
as well, yeah.
Excel was
Just talking about
Avista. The other stuff is
hourly,
WEC, so that's the whole grid.
yeah, the hourly data of Avista, and the utility-owned utilities, or the investor-owned utilities in Washington tend to have much lower renewable energy than the municipal utilities in Washington. So I just want to balance that out with, that's not every utility in Washington, and the investor-owned ones, which was what was shown, tend to be fewer renewables than the municipal ones. So I just want to balance out what was shown. I agree, WEC is a lot. You look at Idaho, there are a lot of hydro, but you look at Wyoming, and there are a lot of coal. So there's a lot of complication to this, and I guess other presentations could be put together as well to show information. If you look at the United States, over 90% of power added each year for the last many years is renewable energy. So I think there's, I guess I don't want people to draw conclusions. I'm concerned that we're not having this robust debate where, we had one presentation. All right. So we have a motion to pass the one on the table. We have a bunch of hands up. David, I had your hand up next.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to, Andy brought up a point earlier I wanted to speak to, and so switching hats from presenting this proposal to a practitioner, if the prescriptive path stays on the trajectory it has in 2021 and continues to evolve towards our goals, I think it is a valid question of whether TSPR is needed. And so, but if for any reason the prescriptive path doesn't maintain its trajectory, it is a tool to help keep our code on its path, as we've all kind of just agreed we are on. So I think it's a valid question Andy raised. I would support more discussion on that and be able to contribute to that from our perspective. So that's all.
Thanks, David. Ian, you are up.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond to some other comments that have been made. I believe Lisa mentioned that there's a lot of exceptions to TSPR, but according to a white paper by PNNL, 72% of new construction buildings would be required to utilize TSPR for their permitting. And then Lisa also made a statement about a prescriptive path project. If it complies, it should comply with TSPR. TSPR is just another pathway. I just wanted to kind of point out, is there any scenario where you do comply with the prescriptive but not TSPR? And just wanted to also point out that TSPR, from what I have seen, is not a mandatory requirement in any other state, local jurisdiction in the United States. The only other place I can find TSPR is in like 90.1 ASHRAE standard, where it's an optional alternative path. And so maybe that's a compromise that should be considered here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. And yeah, that's an interesting question. If TSPR itself does not much as far as efficiency, then, why do we have it? And if it does something, then let's hear about, what it's doing. I think that's a good point and good question. Lisa, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to cover some information that's been shared with us from PNNL. Make sure the details are mentioned, and it will be a little bit of a mixture here. So with regards to the well field information, Larry had some questions about the the basis of those values. And actually, if you look at the proposal, in the row it describes ground loop heat pump well field, you can see that some of the details have been struck. It's not that those details don't still apply, and I hope I'm getting this right. It's just that it's been summarized. Yeah, there we go. You can see that there. So Larry, just take a look at that, where those values are the basis of the modeling, and the values that are in that table are based on simulations, and the fact that the rows for both 4C and 5B are the same, that is correct. Technically, it could have just been one row that said 4C and 5B, but those are their findings in their simulation. And let's see, there was one other. Yes, they can meet in a working group. And so in response to, I forget who it was asking for that. That is something that they can do. And then the last thing, I just sent an email to Krista that perhaps you can put up on a screen. There was a comment that, basing this on site energy is in violation of EPCA, and sounds like that was a discussion at 90.1. And the information here on the screen, yeah, this is from a 90.1 comment, and that basing it on site energy is not in violation of EPCA. At least this is their understanding of it. Hopefully I picked up everything, all the information that they've been sending our way.
Thanks, Lisa. Poppy.
Yeah, I think this has been good general discussion about the code and about TSPR in general, but I just wanted to bring us back to the motion at hand is to accept the revisions that are being proposed in this particular proposal. And the revisions are not about whether to have TSPR or not have TSPR. It's really about important changes to align it with 2066 and also just do some general updates and cleanup.
Thanks, Poppy. Just to clarify, there is a question whether we have TSPR or not, because the previous proposal in Casey's suggested we remove it. So the current motion.
I thought we were just discussing this. I thought the discussion on the floor was in relation to this motion for this proposal.
Yep, and that's true. That's true. I just wanted to provide the context. Larry, go for it.
Yeah, what I'm bringing up to you is, and I've sent it to you in the past few years back, is when you look at what the feds say we use for fuel, and then you look at what Commerce says we use from fuel, there's a wide difference. And when you look at the housing amount, the feds show we use a lot less on housing than what Commerce does. And personally, I'm more to believe what the federals have to say, because they take an account of the interstate that runs through here and all the traffic that comes from different states and through here. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric. And then we're probably going to vote because I see no more hands up.
To get back to the proposal, I think there's a lot of passionate people here for site and source, including myself. So, but to get back to the proposal in hand, and maybe you can answer this, Lisa or David. How does your proposal specifically, I guess, how does it apply to Initiative 2066? Like, how specifically does using your proposal, and if we vote yes on to go this pathway, address all the Initiative 2066 nuance?
I'll give it a shot, and then I would welcome David's comment.
Appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you.
Yeah, well, by removing carbon emission as the baseline, then the overall basis of what the standard reference design is, that proposed designs are to be compared to, will be based on site energy versus carbon emissions. And so we're removing that obstacle, that having a requirement that's based on carbon emissions might create in the code. David, do you have any other thoughts about this?
Yeah, I guess that it sets a baseline reference point for compliance with an electric heat pump for the most part, which is consistent with the current code. So if that came into question of whether that's appropriate in the prescriptive code, then that brings into question the baseline of TSPR. But right now it's consistent, and I think that's, so if other parts of the code are deemed inconsistent with 2066, then you need to revisit potentially TSPR again. But
yeah, okay. And so I have
I
one
think right
comment.
now it is.
Do we have a section that specifically includes in this TSPR calculation natural gas condensing boilers?
Let me take a look. I believe.
Is the question, can you model a natural gas condensing boiler in your proposed design?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't
believe you
see
can.
that, like when you went up, I didn't see that specific
option.
Yeah.
Explicit. Yeah.
The tool supports modeling fossil fuel equipment, correct, David? I mean,
Yes.
there aren't any fossil fuel equipment
Yeah.
types that are not
Mhm.
supported.
And I want to clarify, I guess, one statement I made. If you scroll up to the top of this table, there is a gas boiler used in the water source heat pump loop. So for the large
I saw
office,
that. Yes, I saw
Yeah.
that exact one. It was a gas boiler. I just did not see
So-
a specific line item that said, hey, when you're modeling, you know, because of course there's a little bit more efficiency out of a higher efficiency condensing boiler, you know, maybe whatever that is.
Yeah.
Versus an 80% boiler. That's could technically still be code. All right.
So for this particular baseline, if you're compared for the office model that you might run through TSPR, you'd be compared to this water source heat pump, which is a heat pump, but its energy loop, the loop condenser water loop has a boiler on it. So That is a nuance to my earlier statement. But it's intended to set a benchmark that your design needs to be on a holistic annual energy use basis to be compared to. And when it was defined in the previous code, or it was consistent, and the efficiency metrics are being updated to meet the current code. So it is, I believe, consistent with the current prescriptive path for the most part.
Okay. So I have one more comment related to actual site, and this is for you, Shell, is in the updated Department of Commerce, when you actually look through site, and this is for you, Gregory, also, it specifically goes through it's required now for every PUD to actually give a percentage Excel spreadsheet on that. And that data is now available 100%. Doesn't matter where you are. For example, if you live in a zone that's provided by PSE, you'll go through the PSE and you could say, hey, we have 30% done by gas or whatever it says, or, hydro, etc. It feels like there's a potential compromise within the site and source where we now have the data as a state to, like, for example, I live in North Bend, where Tanner Electric, I have a small little PUD that says, hey, 70% of our energy is provided by hydro, and actually somehow nuclear is provided in my little PUD, and unspecified is another option. But it almost feels like there's a potential compromise within the context of now having the information for specific places. You live in Chelan, you live in Richland, you live in wherever those PUDs where you could actually find that information and apply it to your site code. Now, I know that gets a little complicated to the whole group, but I'm just telling that information is now out there. How we apply it, it could be, I don't know. But so anyway.
To answer your question, Eric, a little bit, I should highlight that BPA, which is the entity that manages a lot of the hydro generation for the smaller cooperatives, smaller PUDs. I mean, there's some PUDs that own their own hydro, but there's bulk of them just buy it straight from, most of them just buy it from BPA.
Yeah,
BPA has notified all their members that they're approaching out of power, and that utilities cannot rely, because it used to be that these cooperatives they could get as much as they wanted for the clean hydro. And BPA is officially notified, and there's utilities that are panicking because BPA says they're out of power. Also noting some of you mentioned Chelan. Well, there's also Grant PUD and Douglas PUD. They own hydro. Well, Avista has long-term contracts. So what I showed includes the hydro that Avista's long-term contracted from the mid-Columbia, from those things. And I would say it varies from, sometimes it's like a quarter of our hydro, and sometimes it's half of our hydro. And so there's long-term contracts for a lot of this hydro out there. So, I mean, yes, we can get it by utility, but you really need to go for a broader picture, because utilities are buying and trading power across the whole WEC. So that's probably a better, more accurate picture to zoom out to the bigger picture and seeing what's the total power for the whole region.
Yeah, again, I'm just trying to bring a compromise to the table to Shell if he brings that up the food chain to the State Building Code Council. And Shell, I could send you that exact document. It's all public knowledge. I'm not pulling anything that's not there. So
yeah, and I look for those documents from time to time, but I didn't see the one that came out last week that you mentioned.
yeah, hold on. If you just give me 10 seconds, I'm gonna just give you, this is the screenshot. And if I'm sharing right now, this is what I'm referencing. If you could see my screen right now, this came out again 2 weeks ago. It has every PUD and the amount and percentages. For example, I don't even know where this PUD is. It's 78%, and you could go down to SCL and let's see what SCL is, and
Okay.
but anyway, okay. Let me stop sharing my screen now.
Okay, thanks. I mean, when I read EPCA, it's clear to me that EPCA says site energy. Other people might have other interpretations, but that's how I see it. And so since we're trying to go under EPCA, within the bounds of EPCA, it's clear to me that we need to use site, but nonetheless, I think we need a determination on that, or else it'll just waste all of our time in nibbling at it without ever, you know, eating the full meal.
I think you're right. There's a lot of passionate people about this one, Shell.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of passion in this
All right,
group.
we're gonna take a lunch break soon, but I want to vote so we don't come back and have to remember all the stuff that we just talked about. So Kevin and then Larry, and then we will vote on this one.
Good deal. Thanks, Shell. Yeah, quickly, I think, like you said, this is a core issue. Based on your interpretation of EPCA, there's a conflict between that and Initiative 2066. And yeah, how do we deal with that? Do we go to energy cost? I'm not sure. I will say that a site-based metric inherently favors electric technologies. And a source-based metric may or may not. It depends on the source conversion factor and where you are in the generation pool. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Go for it, Larry.
Yeah, Lisa, we over here don't use ERVs. So do they have HRVs in your program? Because, you know, we heat about 90% of the, well, 80% of the year we're in our heating mode. So do they have HRVs in here? I know you said they had ERVs, but do we have HRVs? Because we'd never use an ERV over here.
Yeah, the basis of the energy recovery requirement is sensible heat recovery. So yeah, that would be HRVs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. We have a motion to accept this proposal 210 version 2. And we are going to vote on it. A yes is to approve this and move it forward. And it was discussed and noted that we could still modify it later, and people can reach out to other people and get answers, and things could be modified later. So a yes vote is to move this forward. A no vote would be to not move it forward. So with that, let's do a roll call.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
I'm so sorry. Shell, can you say that one more time?
So the motion is to vote this forward. So a yes vote is to accept this proposal 210 version 2. A no vote would be to not accept it.
Thank you. Yes.
Eric Bedell,
Abstain.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No, because I don't know what we're going to do about the other proposal. Thank you.
Lisa Rosenow,
Yes.
Irina Cesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard, are you there, Luke?
Oh, yes.
Marcus Verta,
Yes.
and Deepa Sivarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-2 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. It is 12:10. Let's take a lunch break until 12:25. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. See you on the other side. All right, welcome back. Hopefully we all had wonderful lunches and a chance to stretch our legs a bit. We are back to, we passed proposal 210 and we are to a similar proposal or a similar subject proposal 160. So we've discussed this a bit and we've discussed the general principles a bit. We could have a motion on it, or we could continue to discuss the merits of it. Nathan.
I just have a question. What happens if we pass contradictory proposals like this? Like if we pass this to strike TSPR and we pass another proposal to modify TSPR, what happens?
Yeah, so we can pass multiple competing proposals as options and send them to the committee, which may send them to the council, which could send them to the public. So it's perfectly fine to, I mean, we shouldn't do it a lot, but it's perfectly fine to pass multiple competing proposals. It's not out of order and it's not wrong or anything. But Larry. Larry, I don't hear you.
I make a motion to pass this.
Okay, we have a motion to pass proposal 160, striking TSPR. Is there a second?
I'll second. Greg Johnson.
Okay, thanks, Greg. All right, discussion on the motion. Larry, do you want to?
Oh,
you don't have to, but you can.
I think we've talked enough about it.
Yep.
I was just trying to get us going.
Yep, no, I appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
We need exactly what you did, which is a motion, and then we can see how the tag feels about it. All right, Greg, go ahead.
I would just say the main reason why I seconded this was because I see enough issues with the with the P&L one, and we didn't have P&L weigh in. And I mean, if we're going to move one together, I think we should move them both forward together. I just wasn't. I mean, I'm not necessarily against P&L's approach. It's just it seemed too premature. I wanted more discussion directly with P&L, and if we're going to move one, then I think we should move them both together, or we should have waited on both of them. But that's kind of my opinion. Is like I'm just not ready to say one's good and the other's not.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Ian, you are the proponent. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say I see value in moving this forward so that the council has a chance to see it and has a chance to understand that this is just Washington State requiring it as mandatory, and ASHRAE has it as an alternative compliance path. So I think by moving them both forward, it gives that council the discretion to consider both and maybe make it an alternative path as well for the PNNL. So I don't see any harm in moving it forward for their consideration at the council level. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to check on the intent of this proposal. I was under the impression that the intent was to address 2066 compliance or alignment, and it feels like the other proposal in an in-depth way attempts to do that alignment. And so I'm wondering what the other purpose of this proposal is. It sounds like it maybe is just to get rid of it. And I just wanted to clarify from the proposers what the purpose actually is.
Go ahead, Ian.
Well, as it sits now, yes, it's emissions-based. And as I pointed out before, it's a mandatory requirement in the prescriptive path. So functionally, it just, to me, in my opinion, doesn't serve a purpose in this path. I think the prescriptive path should stand alone. And I think by removing this emissions-based language helps for compliance with EPCA and I-2066. And we've had the personal opinions shared on site versus source. And I'm in the camp, I believe that the PNNL proposal to site-based doesn't fully meet that purpose. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Lisa.
Yeah, a quick question about these types of proposals. Assuming this proposal does, or this provision accomplishes energy savings, I understand there's been some discussion about that, that, you know, some designers have found that they didn't see the savings in their particular projects, but other projects we've definitely heard where TSPR helped a project that actually would have been under code minimum, and it was the triggers within the TSPR tool that alerted the designer that they need to make some revisions to their project so that it did at least meet code minimum. So if this proposal is accepted by the TAG, does it represent a rollback in energy savings? And what are the rules for the TAG with regards to that?
I think regarding like every proposal, I don't believe every proposal needs to increase energy efficiency. In general, that's what we're going for, but as long as the code overall does it, if we accepted this code proposal, we could, you know, make up for it in other ways, is my opinion.
Thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, I've got a clarification question on that example that you just referenced, Lisa. Was that a project that was otherwise prescriptively complying that then was prompted to revise their design to meet the TSPR requirements, or was that did that TSPR compliance documentation alert the designer that they had some out of compliance elements of their design? I guess my question is, are you seeing the value of TSPR in improving designs or in improving enforcement?
In that particular case, and it was very just one in particular, although I could reach out to Dwayne Llewellyn, who's spoken with other folks who have gone through the tool. That particular project, the tool did alert them to some details in their project that actually were not code compliant. So in that case, it was very beneficial because that the details within that project that were not code compliant may or may not have been caught during plan review, because a lot of times some of those details are kind of buried and maybe not to the level of detail that plan review typically goes to. So I would say that that is definitely a benefit of any type of compliance tool. And this serves as a part of the suite of compliance tools that are available for Washington State.
Then I guess as a quick follow-up, and I don't know the answer to this, but with the proposal 210 revisions that added if a project is complying prescriptively, it's exempt and you don't have to do the documentation, would that eliminate the enforcement value of that example project if they thought that they were complying prescriptively and checked that box and then didn't get the catch? I'm just trying to kind of think through what the effective value and outcomes would be.
Yeah, that's a good question. And you know, to your point, some cases it does help, in other cases, perhaps it's neutral. And so, I don't know, David, do you have any more additional thoughts on that?
I think that exception, Andy, if I think you're referring to the one where if it meets, it's aligned with the standard reference design in the table D601 and it meets the prescriptive minimum efficiency requirements. Is that the exception you're referring to?
Sorry, I had already closed it, so I'm reopening it right now. I believe so.
Yeah, so the catch with that is it needs to not only meet the prescriptive minimum efficiency, but it also needs to be that system type. So it has to be a heat pump with an ERV or DOAS, which a lot of these buildings do generally have to meet those requirements because of other prescriptive requirements. But, you know, for the all-large office, for example, if you weren't a water source heat pump,
my read is that you don't qualify for one of those exception. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that what I was hearing from Lisa's example is that it may have been not the system, but potentially a detail or a control strategy or something like that, where I'm not sure that that would get picked up.
Yeah, in that particular
see.
case, it was a detail.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective on it being another way to check that people are meeting the prescriptive minimum requirements. I think that's the results that come out of TSPR. I could totally see how that could happen. But then I would just say, is that the best tool for checking code compliance with prescriptive requirements is I guess one of my questions on that topic, but sorry to speak out of line. Go ahead.
Well, that's helpful. Thanks, David. Ian.
Yeah, I just think this discussion kind of speaks to the cumbersome nature of having TSPR in the prescriptive path like this, is you can go through and follow a prescriptive path to a T and be completely compliant. Okay, let's enter it into the model, and it gets kicked back. And I think that's problematic and costs time and causes frustration for designers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Lisa.
Yeah, and just in response to Ian's there, but in this particular example, and again, there's many examples, so I'm using one to support our point. But in this particular case, the tool caught an error. The project would not have been code compliant, and the tool caught an error, or a detail. I'm not going to call it an error. There's a detail in their design that was not meeting code minimum. And so, yes, it was a little bit more work for them, but it helped their project come into compliance. And just stepping back and considering from the perspective of plan review, the mechanical requirements in the energy code, they are a challenge for many jurisdictions to review for compliance. And so any tools, any resources that can be provided to help a jurisdiction do their job can improve overall code compliance. And so that's an additional benefit of this particular tool, is that it does help jurisdictions do their job by putting it through a very rigorous and thorough comparison to make sure that the project's in line with code minimum.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. We have a motion and a second, and man, I was just trying to think of it. The motion was to approve this, right? Was that? Who was the maker of the motion?
Larry put it forward.
Okay, Larry put it forward, and it was to approve this.
It was to move this forward alongside with the with the P&L one.
Yep. Okay.
So, yeah, approve it and move it forward.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to vote on it now. We're going to do a roll call vote. The yes vote is to move this forward in parallel with the other one we just moved forward on TSPR. A no vote would be to not move it forward. So with that, David, do you have a few words of wisdom?
Well, just to clarify, if this is removed, you have to also remove, this is something Mike Rosenberg brought up, the TSPR credit in C406 as it currently is written. So that would have to be accompanied with completely removing it, unless it was made an alternate compliance path in which it could remain. So just laying that out there.
Okay, yeah, good idea. Work to do. There's another section this affects that might not be in the proposal.
Might I suggest that if this were to move forward, details like that could still be worked out, because I mean we still have to work through P&L's proposal, and so those are all things to be modified and updated.
Definitely, Greg. Okay, we are going to vote on this. A yes vote is to approve this as a second path. A no vote is to not approve it. Kevin.
Yeah, sorry, before we vote, I had a process question. if if this is voted down, is there an opportunity to consider a modified version of this? Or would that have to be a reconsideration?
That would be a reconsideration. That'd be a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Which
Thank you.
means a motion to reconsider is required to be made by someone who voted voted in the negative in the future.
Okay.
If they voted no on this now, then they could make a motion to reconsider it later. But if you voted yes now, you could not make a motion to reconsider it later, is my understanding.
And then I think there has to be a 2/3 vote to move that forward as well, I think, but yeah, thank you.
I think you're right. Okay, all right, we're voting. A yes vote moves this forward. A no vote does not move it forward. Go for it, Kristen.
Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Kim Barker,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Come on, Kevin.
Poppy Storm,
Sorry.
We heard you on that one, Larry.
Sorry, Shell. Yes. I'm so sorry.
I'm still on Poppy Storm.
Oh, I thought, oh,
I said no. Larry Andrews and Poppy Storms, they basically rhyme.
And Larry, you were a yes.
yes. I see when I say something, it lights up. So okay, I'm sorry.
It happens.
Lisa Rosenow,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
No.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Marcus Verta,
No.
and Deepa Savarajan.
No.
Motion failed 4-10 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. Let's move on to the next one. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left today, unless anyone's really excited about spending your Valentine's, even more of your Valentine's Day with this lovely group. We are on to section C101, and some of these are more administrative and some of them are more substantive. So 203. Johnson.
Oh, I got that one. How about that?
You want me to speak to it? And
yeah, yep.
So hopefully this one's a short one, but you never know. So essentially just highlighting the problem. So I've been denied access to the calculations used to determine the credit table values. I can't obtain those. Transparency is foundation to the principle of government, and proposals. So this proposal would bring transparency. I've talked to others who can't get the calculations for how we assign credit values. In engineering, peer review is pretty darn important. I mean, there's a core principle designed for peer reviewing calculations. So this essentially would add an appendix that would require that calculations be included in the appendix. So that way people can peer review how the values are assigned. To say that there's no mistakes in our code would be asinine. We've identified its mistakes with already. I think the credit equation in the fossil fuel path is already noted as an example, and that was highlighted at the council like over 6 months ago, and it still is not fixed. So and not being able to see the credit values, how do we know they're accurate or not? There is no, on just some details, there's no limitation here on what the format is. I mean, it could be an external model file if someone uses software. It could be an Excel file. The file could be linked. It could be just a hyperlink inside the appendix showing where the file is, which I would assume the SBCC would host the file on their website. But it's kind of left free, no definition on really the format. It's just trying to provide some transparency to what to how things are calculated, and there's precedent. Like if you look at national codes, there's a lot of national codes that include appendixes with the calculations or examples. The ones I'm most familiar with, National Electric Code and NFPA 70E, which is a safety code. There's appendixes there that I've referenced on stuff, and then just the intent is not to impose additional work. So if we pull some credit tables from national codes, those would be exempt. So like if you pull it from ASHRAE 90.1 or the IECC, we'll assume that those codes already have their calculations and we're not going to require that. But this is just basically requiring that any state-specific calculations are included in an appendix for people to review.
I mean, that seems, I guess I have one suggestion, which is an appendix would be attached to the code. So when you like downloaded the code or printed the book, it might double or triple the size of the code, the thickness of the code, and the number of pages.
It could be a reference link. It could be a reference link. You know what I mean? If they just list a link in there saying this is where the calculations are, and then you have a separate file on the SBCC website, which that's where the G102.2 reference.
Yeah, that I would support that more than I'd support putting it in appendix, because I believe the appendix would need to be printed out in the code books that were, so the larger level, the Building Code Council has decided that we're going to actually have printed code books for all the codes, all the Washington state codes for the 2024 cycle. And that's one reason why it's November 2026 instead of July 1, 2026, that the codes will be enforced so that we can actually get these books ready. And so I'm just, I
think we already addressed that with,
idea.
I think I already addressed that with the reference. So, I mean, it's up to
cool.
SBCC's discretion. If they say they want to put everything as a
awesome.
reference link, then the appendix is merely just a list of the references.
Okay, cool. I think that'd be great. Okay, Larry, go for it.
I'm all for it. I'm not a degreed engineer, but when you run it through and you get peer review, that really helps. I mean, I have a lot of the stuff that I design for the company and for jobs. I do have another person review a lot of my work. And so that the things that I think are right, I have someone else look at it. And I think that's important. And then that's the thing about the PLLs that we just went through. Garbage in, garbage out. And I would really like to know how they get to their numbers so I get confidence in their numbers. And I'm all for this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I guess one other comment that I have, which is G101.3 is basically, I guess, errors are one thing, omissions are others. Anybody who's ever run an energy model will know that there's other ways to run an energy model, and there are there's just lots of ways to run these things. And I think any good energy modeler could poke a hole in any other good energy modeler's work in some ways. So I'd want to make sure this is limited so that we still have a state code, rather than suggesting that each code official would be given or told that they should do something or shouldn't do something on an individual basis, based on anything at the state level. I mean, my opinion is that G101.3 should be figured out before we pass the code largely. So I think if we do our job well, we wouldn't need G101.3, and I'd really worry that that would suggest that lobbying a code official that oh, we think that there's an error in omission in this, therefore I don't have to comply with the rest of the code. I think, I'm guessing code officials wouldn't appreciate that, and I think it gives too much latitude at the local level to and too much responsibility at the local level to change the energy code. That's my concern. All right,
I'm
Ethan.
open, if you want to reword it and change it, I mean, I'm open to that. The intent is not to allow code officials to willy-nilly, do things, because it says may, not saying they're required to. But we can reword that. I mean, the intent is merely trying to, I mean, it's really not different from some of the other aspects of where the code, where they can, provide variances. It's just kind of, if you have a blatant error, like giving the code official power to do something about it while they wait for the interims, because right now the fossil fuel credit equations have been wrong for over 6 months. They're kind of in limbo land. They don't have ability to really fix it, and they're kind of like they actually give some bogus values. So trying to give some avenue or path so you don't actually shut down all permitting but I mean, if we want to reword it to something different, I mean, I totally get your concerns. Like the intent is not to allow willy-nilly ignoring of the code. It's just give them ability to respond if they need to.
Yeah, that sounds, I mean, makes sense. Nathan.
Greg, I'm just sort of wondering what the full extent of what you'd want to see in this appendix would be. I'm reading your first sentence, right? So anywhere where there's a table that relates to credits, so is that exclusively C406, or what else? It sounded like you wanted some more of the backing for TSPR. I mean, should we just spell out which sections we want the backing on? Just kind of thinking this through.
So credit, you're right. C406 is where most of the credits are, but there's also credits in C40, was it C401, where we have the fossil fuel pathway. And then also there's modifications, sometimes spread throughout the code. There's points where we give a modification, we give an equation to say, hey, you can modify the credits this way or that way. And so instead of, I mean, calling out all the sections, like when I was going through the code, I was originally going to call out just C406, but then I found that it was kind of scattered throughout the code. And so I was like, well, if you're going to modify the credit values, then you're going to have to provide some sort of justification for it. And I figured it was easier to just say, the tables of credits.
Yeah, it's still feeling a little vague to me, just because, like, are the LPD tables showing you where you're getting credit for lighting if you're better than? I mean, that's just sort of what doors are we opening? Is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, well, a lot of the power density tables, didn't we take those from the IECC, and then the U factor tables were taken from the IECC, so those would be exempt.
There are proposals to modify the IECC tables, just for clarity.
Yeah, and this would shift a lot more burden on the code proposal person. So the code proposal person would have to provide some backing for a calculation if they're going to modify something off the national ones.
Poppy.
Yeah, I really like the idea of having supporting calculation and assumptions for the credits. I think that would be very helpful. I do have some concerns about some of the other requirements in this proposal, and also just thinking about the distinction between what is provided outside of the code itself versus in the code. And so starting with the first paragraph on the scope, it says at the last sentence, it says supporting calculations and assumptions shall also be provided for any provisions within this code that increases or decreases credit requirements. That is really broad. I understand the intent, and that's kind of the intent of the code proposals, and all of those supporting calculations and assumptions should be included in the code proposals and should be included in revisions that are done. So in a way, that's kind of on us for enforcing that. And then maybe there's an opportunity to have those final proposals in their final form with all of their calculations and assumptions more accessible to people on the website. I've had issues with that in the past where I really didn't know where things finally landed, how they landed that way, and it was very difficult to access that. But I don't think that last sentence is something where all of that should actually be included in the actual code. That just, it feels like it's importing the code development process into the code. And then there's also the errors and omissions. I agree with Chell that this seems pretty broad, and I think it's not a great precedent to put that decision into the code officials' hands, because it basically is just I think too much latitude and could just be a giant loophole, especially for code officials that are, you know, maybe pressed on time, et cetera. And so I think that it's an issue, though, if there are things that are supposed to be changed in the code and haven't been changed. I definitely support any changes we can make to rectify that, but there should be a process for the code official following up on this. But I really don't think that we should be putting it directly in their hands within the enforcement process. So I'm interested in what others think about these different provisions. If we were to make a motion to approve this, I would hope we could maybe make some revisions, some amendments to remove some of these elements that are too broad.
Thanks, Poppy. Lisa.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the spirit of the proposal, and I think there's definitely a value in making this information more readily available. So I think there's a lot of value to that. So my comments are just regards to the errors and omissions paragraph here. That element of the code is, I'll call it dynamic, in the sense that, you know, when the code goes out, you know, as a tag, we do our best to get everything in there and do as best vetting job as we can. And then the State Building Code Council has to take everything we throw at them and they put it all into this final document. And errors and omissions can result from that process. But typically, we don't hear about those errors and omissions until the design community starts putting the code to practice, start applying to their projects, jurisdictions start seeing projects across their desk. And, you know, that's when the errors and omissions are discovered. And there are ways to address some of them, you know, through the State Building Code Council. So having this be something that's actually in the code itself, I don't know how realistic that is, but requiring something, you know, like a side document, I think, you know, a resource would be great. But also I agree with Poppy in that, you know, unless, I mean, these errors and omissions are things that are being developed or being addressed. To put it in the hands of the jurisdiction and say, oh, and you need to sort this out, and you can decide what provisions to enforce and not to enforce based on a myriad of information that's out there, is just really burdensome for them. And so, I mean, I'd love to hear from the jurisdiction community about this, but I think that errors and omissions really needs to be handled outside of the code itself versus something like this.
Thanks, Lisa. Greg.
If the errors and omissions section is causing too much consternation, we could just remove that and just consider G 101.1 and 101.2 and call that good. I mean, there's no requirement for us to actually spell out how to handle those errors and omissions, and we could just, I mean, I'm fine with just sticking with the requirement that we include calculations and omit any language on errors and omissions.
So would that be a friendly amendment?
That would be a friendly amendment. Just, I mean, if we take the GEO 101.1 and 101.2, and I mean, there's probably other parts in the code that allows jurisdictions to deal with to deal with errors and omissions, and we don't need to spell it out.
I guess I would also, we don't have a motion on the table yet, but I would also suggest that the words C406 be somewhere in G101, and I would suggest it goes, and either required credits throughout this code relating to C406. And that way it covers all the other tables that relate to C406 that are even not in C406, but it limits it to that scope because I agree with an earlier commenter that there are going to be some tables in here that may not. I think C406 is where you're going, is where my guess, and where the most impact from this would be. So I'd suggest we add that. But
as long as we word it so that way it's comprehensive enough that it includes like the fossil fuel pathway, for an example, where we modify the credits for C406 because we have tables in there, and so we've got to include those also because they're modifying the 406 tables. You're muted, Joe.
My suggestion was, or other required credits throughout this code relating to C406.
Okay, if that language I'm okay with.
And I also, I mean, I agree with another commenter that this is almost a motion we'd have relating to the tag telling us to do this, rather than a piece of code language to do this. But you know, that's just my suggestion. Whatever the tag wants to do, I'm just chairing it. Larry.
I want to go over this just a little bit. The carbon table, I informed this code body and the council more than 3 years ago that the carbon charts were wrong. And I gave federal documentation that they were wrong, and they've never been changed to this date. And so I want to make sure we got some teeth in here that we can at least get proper data in, and that we just don't continue on the same path when the data is wrong. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Poppy.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Greg about the last sentence in the scope. So I'm wondering how that is different. So we have the supporting calculations and assumptions for the credits themselves. And then when we're increasing the overall number of credits, this is stipulating that we also need the supporting calculations and assumptions. And so maybe that's a good idea or not, but it's a little bit vague for me to understand what those would be. So if we're saying that they should be increased by just let's just ignore whether or not this is the same relevant in terms of the magnitude, but just say we were increasing it 10 or 100 or whatever. You would want to be seeing what the assumptions are in terms of how much, what impact that would have, or how that relates to the percentage decrease that we need to make on a cycle by cycle basis, or what's kind of a little bit more behind that?
Yeah, so, well, first off, to answer your question, I'll draw an analogy. So looking at I mean, we're talking about the commercial, but analogy with the residential. So the residential code, we don't really modify the credits. You know, I mean, it's all contained in one section for the credits. I mean, we do have system types, but it's all there. So a provision saying that wherever you modify the credits wouldn't really be applicable for like the residential code. If if we were to have something like this in the residential code. Commercial code is very different. Like we've actually complicated the code by having the C406 credits, but then we also have a fossil fuel pathway that has more tables that adjust the credits. And then sometimes we have, if you even look at some of the proposals that have been submitted, like Johnny Coker's proposal, while he's getting rid of the fossil fuel pathway, he's actually providing equations to modify the credits. And so to answer your question, we're not looking, the calculations aren't what's the end result, because people can easily figure out what the end result. The calculations are for, and the assumptions are for why we made that change. So like, why are we increasing the number of credits for a fossil fuel plants? What's the assumptions in the calculations? For example, maybe they made the credit tables based on an 80% efficient fossil fuel equipment. Well, that's a very different assumption than if you based it on a 95% efficient. And so knowing that, hey, our bench line that we did it was based on the capacity based on, and so we increased all the credits by this percentage, or this is the modeling data that we came up to. So it's why we made the value assignments that we did. And you're clearly defining not only the calculations used, but the assumptions, like, is your model the 80% efficient, or is it the 95% efficient? Did you consider supplemental heat grouped together with primary heating system, or did you separate them out? So knowing how you did the analysis to modify the credit tables.
So maybe this is obvious to others, and sorry if I'm just not following, but I understand everything that you just said in relation to the first sentence, but I don't understand how it relates to the total credits that are required.
So, I mean, well, the total credits required for a project. I mean, so like if you go through the C406 path, you get, I need this many credits by the occupancy type. And you look through the tables and you find out these are the number of energy efficiency credits and the load management credits I need. And then if you happen to, so if you were just doing all electrified building, then you stop there and that's all the credits you need. Obviously, we'd have calculations for how they determined the calculations for the occupancy type tables.
Oh.
If you were to have a fossil fuel device, it triggers the fossil fuel pathway, in which case those credits in C406 are not it. You actually have additional credits required that are added to those credit tables, and those additional added credit tables, like how did we determine what those credit values were? Like what were the assumptions?
Yeah, I see what you mean now, definitely. It's really in relation to the way things are set up now. But if we were to change this and not have those two separate paths or approve any number of the other proposals that we will revisit, then this probably wouldn't be relevant. So maybe
I would say the language would be relevant, but it just wouldn't be as complicated. We wouldn't have to provide as many calculations. And when I say we, I mean referring to the person who creates the credit tables is the one providing the credits. It's not, the tag. And so most of the credit tables should be done by P&L, and they're already providing these calculations, and they just have to provide to show us their work. But sometimes it's not P&L doing the calculations. Like last EPCA code cycle, it was actually Ecotope and RMI. They consulted with P&L, but RMI and Ecotope actually did a lot of the calculations. And so if you're using them, you just have them provide their calculations in with how they calculated it.
But how they can, sorry to kind of be putting a fine point on this, but I understand that in terms of calculating the credits for individual measures in the credit table, but this last sentence is relating to the credits, the total credits that are required. And so what documentation would you be showing, assuming you don't have separate fossil fuel and electric paths? What documentation would you be showing? I just want to make sure we don't have something where nobody knows how to interpret it.
Well, so if you only had one set of credit tables, you'd only have one set of calculations. For referencing. If you have, but right now how we have it set up our code, you'd have one set of calculations for the C406 path, and then the fossil fuel pathway would have another set of calculations saying this is why we modified the prior calculations, and these were the assumptions for how modifying it. So if we simplify the code, and we were just have one set of tables, and that simplifies the calculations. If we complex the code and we do multiple modifications and you need this more credits for that, then we have more calculations. So.
Okay, I see no more hands up. I think we could do a motion on this, or we could to approve it or deny it or table it or something like that. I mean, I see it as it's kind of bizarre to put this in the code itself, but I agree with the intent of it. So I guess I'm fine if we, approve it, deny it, or
Yeah,
table it.
let's just do a motion to approve on this one.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. And a second. Is there further discussion? Poppy.
Is it a motion to approve with this errors and omissions? removed?
Yes, Poppy. Motion to approve with the errors and omission omitted.
Like as modified on the screen, right?
As modified on the screen.
Yep. That's how I interpreted it as well. Go ahead, Poppy.
Okay, that was my only question.
Sorry, just to clarify one more thing, when you say as on the screen, also the piece about
C406.
C406.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this one because I don't disagree at all with the spirit of the proposal, and I think it's a really good idea. But at the same time, I don't know if the code itself is the correct place to put this information. I don't know if there is, as a tag, can we state that this information needs to be posted in some other location on the State Building Council website? I'm not really sure, but that's my only hesitation with this proposal is I'm not sure that putting an appendix is the correct approach.
Yeah, I think it's unusual and kind of bizarre in some ways, code language, but I think what it does is it tells anyone who reads the code that in fact these tables exist and you can find them. And I think that's probably the advantage of having this in the code. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Shel. The last sentence in G 101.1 about provisions that increase or decrease credit requirements. I'm not sure what that means. I know we talked about it earlier, but because the way I read that, this is about the code as it stands. So it's not about a change proposal. It would be, I just don't know where there are provisions in the code that increase or decrease credit requirements.
The fossil fuel pathway tables.
Okay. Okay. I think we just talked about that. Sorry, I didn't quite track.
And there's also one for when you have mixed uses, there's also one that can allow you to swap credits or apportion credits.
Discrete area.
Gotcha.
That's discrete area.
Okay, so it's not just credits tables. Now I understand. Thank you.
It may apply to that. I don't know if it applies to that. I was just bringing that up as another place where credits are discussed. Poppy.
I agree that it seems like this isn't necessarily the place where this would show up, and that it would be helpful if this was standard practice to have a place where all of this information was collected and easily accessible. However, I will say that there is one potential benefit to having the information, at least for how each of the credit groups were developed, and that's that it could provide insight to the designers or to whoever is utilizing the code for compliance to kind of better understand these various measures and what savings they deliver and why they're getting that credit. It might influence their design. So I just think there is some reason why it might be helpful if it's actually in the code.
Thanks, Puppy. All right, I feel like we're getting towards voting on this. Greg?
I just want to highlight, this is not unique amongst codes. So I mentioned like what comes to top of my mind was NFPA 70E actually had an Excel calculator attached to one of the appendix that actually allowed you to calculate fault currents and arc flash ratings for electrical equipment. So I mean, that's a prime example. And I actually, as a user of the codes, I will refer back to the appendixes as an engineer, and there's times where I'll refer that stuff. So this isn't a unique thing just for our code. Like this is on the model codes, something that they include. Now, whether they have a language like this, but they always include including appendix is a very common practice. So, and this stemmed out of frustration because I couldn't get the calculations. And I talked to Mike Kennedy, he couldn't get the calculations and he was frustrated too. There's various reasons, but I mean, by putting this in here, this just ensures that we keep a record and we include these calculations with every new proposal and every new thing.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa?
Yeah, just one last comment. So the last sentence there in section G 101.1, in reference to provisions with the code that increase or decrease credit requirements, it seems really broad. And I guess the question is, like, who sorts that out? I mean, we just, as a group, came up with a few, but ultimately, I'm assuming that this is going to become a task for whatever entity is assigned to do the simulations for the credit values at the conclusion of the committee's work. And so I don't know if it would make sense that the tag identify where those are and actually list what requirements in the code, alter, increase or decrease the credit requirements. It just seems like a really vague.
I think these are instructions to ourselves. So if we vote on this, we're telling ourselves to do something, and then we will do that thing.
Got it. Okay.
So, and we would then also decide, like, how many assumptions, what level of depth the assumptions should get into, because there's an infinite depth of there, and that kind of thing. So we're just writing instructions to ourselves.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
We're recommending this to the committee and the council. Okay, all right. Let us take a roll call vote on this one. A yes vote is to approve as modified, as we see on the screen. A no vote is to not approve.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Abstain.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Cesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
and Deepa Savarjan.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, all right. I could have just done a voice vote with that. Good to know. All right, we can agree on things. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Next one is Hey, it's 2:06 Johnson. So Greg, you're back up.
Yeah, so I'll first start this off. We spent way too much arguing over site versus stored energy. I think we all can agree on that. And so the first part, so the intent here is to actually define in the code, are we doing site or are we doing a source energy, so that way we can stop arguing about it, which I think everyone would love. And one thing to note is throughout the code, there's been notes and claims over and over again that we're in a site energy, and I would say for the most locations in the code we're in site energy, but that's not true entirely. Like, we actually have locations in the code where we're not using site energy, and so this would require consistency, so we keep our bases consistent. I think the TSPR discussion we just had is a prime example where we have carbon emissions in our code, right, where we had carbon emissions in the code and not site or source or whatever. So what my proposal, what I would be asking people is that we're splitting the debate, like not just debate on which option we're choosing right now. We would first vote that we need a clear basis stated in the code. And then, so divide the debate to that. And then secondly, we could either debate back and forth on what the recommendation of the tag is, or what I'd prefer is that we just kick the decision to the council to make the decision. And so we don't have to, we've already debated it quite a bit, and we can have the council debate it and make the determination if it's site versus source. But so my recommendation would be we just vote on whether we're going to accept doing this. And then there's also a provision in here that we're going to have P&L recalculate the credit values according to the guidance. So whatever the guidance is, if it's site energy, we calculate them based on site. If it's source, we calculate them on source. If it ends up being some other different measure that we decide or the council decides, P&L would calculate to that. So that is basically the proposal, is trying to put a stake in the ground so we stop arguing.
Okay, just to what you said, what I think you said, I am happy to take this up straight to the council and discuss it. If that's the intent of your proposal, then I suggest we table this.
Well, I would suggest that we would vote on whether we need this, we're going to accept something, and then we send it up to the council to actually have the council decide what it is. Because the council they're not allowed to take up a proposal that the tag is not put forth. So we still need a vote for the tag, enable for the council to actually decide on it. But our vote could be that we're going to do something and let the council make the decision.
I believe the council can do what it wants or needs to do with regards to proposals, but I'd like to hear from Todd on that one, since I see you raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, Greg, you're not wrong, although I think my interpretation of it is the tag at any point these have been referred to you. And you can absolutely push something back up to the standing committee and or the council. The new law states that if you deny something, then the standing committee and the council can no longer take action or hear that petition. So I think you have the ability to move this back up to the standing committee or the council.
Okay, if we do so, I'd like to talk more about how we get it up to the council than about debating the merits of this proposal, because we could do that for hours. But Greg, if you had a suggestion that we move this to the council, then, do you want to move that we refer this proposal back to the council right away or something like that?
I would love to do that, but I'd let Kevin speak first. I don't want to, and I think Deepa had a comment.
Okay, Kevin, go for it.
Thank you, Shal. Couple of questions on the text. So in the intent statement, there's a sentence about, I'm not sure which one it is, but it's kind of in the middle. It says something about zero energy buildings by 2030 and the Energy and Carbon Advisory Council. I don't think those are consistent with statute. I think that sentence should be struck. Starts with additionally. the statute is a 70% reduction by 2031. And I don't think it needs to be restated here. And then there's a note where it refers, I think it's the next two sentences down. It says resources developed by the International Code Council. I think that needs to be the State Building Code Council instead of the International Code Council, since we're not in the international code here. So I think the sentence is okay, but I just think international should be changed to State Building Code, that makes sense.
Excellent catches, Kevin. I'd done just trying to remove the greenhouse reduction because it wasn't, but I missed those two sentences. So great catch.
That's all my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sorry. One more question for Todd Bayreuther. So if a proposal isn't voted on, the council can consider it, but if it's voted down, the council can't?
So good question. And so that's uncharted territory in my opinion. What's uncharted in my understanding is if something's referred down by the council or the standing committee, but in practice, we've only taken the full council referral down to the tag. In our new law, it says if it's denied, it can no longer be considered at the council level. What hasn't been contemplated, in my opinion, and needs some thought here collectively is, can the council take action, bring something back up while it's still being considered? I don't know. That's probably not good practice, right? But I think you absolutely have the ability, unless someone corrects me, to push it back up for a question or determination so that it can be referred back down to you.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
New territory though, so
thanks,
I can
Todd.
stand corrected. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's RCW 19-27-033, subsection 3. It says a petition for amendment referred to a technical advisory group must be approved by a majority of the technical advisory group voting members to be taken up for consideration by the State Building Code Council.
Okay, thanks. I guess what I was volunteering to do was take this question to the council and bring it up and see if we can get guidance on it. And that could be, I guess, to your point, Patrick, we would need to vote on this to bring it back to the council. I could also just bring it to the council without a vote, and that might save us some time and discussion today. But if somebody wants to make a motion to send this up to the council, we could approve it.
I'll make a motion to send this up to the council.
Okay.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to send this as modified language to the council for their direction.
I'm sorry, I missed the second. Who was it?
Greg Johnson.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay. All right. And this is uncharted territory, as Todd said, but I think the council could certainly do that. Provide a thoughts on it. All right. So, Larry, go for it.
Well, I remember, and maybe this has changed with the new rules, but I remember Micah, when it was voted down at the tag, Micah, when he was on the council, he brought it back and it got approved by the council, or tried to get it approved by the council, and it didn't pass through. But Micah from the council was able to, and this was like
that was before 6291 passed.
Okay.
The legislature, so that's the new law that Todd referred to.
Okay.
So now if the tag votes something down, it cannot be brought up by the council.
Okay, thank you.
Poppy.
I don't think that this is something that we should be sending on to the council. I think that this is not something that the tag should be directly or indirectly taking on, and sending this to the council and saying that based on what they say, we need to make a decision one way or the other on this proposal. I think that's kind of locking us into doing something that I don't think is really within our, I guess I wouldn't say authority because we're advisory, but it's not really within our scope. And if it were to be within our scope in some way, I would think that it would be happening again via proposals that are submitted on specific elements of the code to make a change. That's the type of thing that I think that the tag would address. And even then, I don't think that in this particular topic is something that we would want to be weighing in on. But if we were to take it up, even for discussion, it should be within the context of a proposal for a specific element of the code and not some sort of overarching determination. So I definitely am against moving this forward.
Okay, I guess just for the record, I find the motion in order as something we can do as a tag. So I'm not going to say that we can't do it. So Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, pretty simple. This is probably the most contentious item out of all the items we have on in the entire energy code. Even if you're like me, who goes for source, or other people who go for site, but to get direct feedback from the State Building Code Council to even stop people like me who always bring it up, this is a good thing. It will stop whatever direction you say, hey, Shell, and Damian Doyle says, and the rest of the State Building Code Council. I think it will just squash everything future. It'll future the passionate people on it. It will just, so I think this is a really good thing for the tag. Let the State Building Code Council give us guidance. Let's bring it back here after they give us guidance. Let's discuss it ad nauseum, because that's what it will be. It will be ad nauseum. And let's move forward. Or this is going to be not just in the 2024, but it will go to the 2027. It will go to the 2030. It will just ad infinite. So let's get this back up to Shell's group, and let's just squash it for any future debate.
Thanks, Eric. It's not my group, but
oh yeah, I know, I understand, Shell. The group, the State Building, yeah, the member, yeah, I get.
Sounds good. All right. Okay. Poppy.
My issue is really with locking us in on this as a future decision. I think that it does make sense for the council to take this up for discussion, and Shell has said that that is something that the council can do and that he would bring forward to them. So I don't think that's either or. And I think that this will be a very technical discussion. There will need to be a lot of supporting information. There will be a lot of controversy on all sides. So we haven't really jumped into the conversation, but many things will come up, not just having to do with the efficiency of various resources and generation, but also obviously the gas itself in terms of extraction losses and in terms of pipeline losses. There are so many things that will need to be discussed, and that's not necessarily a bad thing to discuss, but it's going to be very technical and it's going to require a lot of supportive information. So I think it's something that should be discussed, but I don't think this is a vehicle for that.
Okay, well, thanks, Poppy. The proposals to move this up to the council, I think the discussion will happen at the council one way or another. This is a fine way for it to happen at the council. I want to hear for and against and all that about moving this up or not. So we're not going to talk site versus source right now. We're going to talk about whether we move this up or not, because that's the motion on the table. Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. I'm finding all this quite interesting. It's a creative way by bringing it in as a code change proposal. It's a creative way of pushing this very important decision back up to the State Building Code Council for consideration. And just reflecting on, this code cycle, last code cycle. I mean, how many hours is this tag spent debating site versus source? It's a lot. And so I'm all for it if our moving this up to the State Building Code Council and putting it on their plate to debate and work out whatever's necessary, if that all then means that our group no longer spends any time debating site versus source.
I think that's the point. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll really help us get our work done. And so I'm tending to lean towards, if there is a vote at all, perhaps one's not necessary, that I would vote in favor of it, just to expedite our process here so that we can be more focused. But it is a creative way to kind of force the issue.
Agree with you 100%, Lisa.
To that
100%.
end, to that end, let's try and be really expeditious with our time together. We have a lot to cover, and I mean a crazy amount of stuff to cover. So let's be very respectful of each other's time. Greg.
I'll just say I did this proposal thinking of you, Chell, because I see every time we come up with that debate, I see your face and how the torture, and so trying to eliminate the torture for you.
I appreciate that. It's even Valentine's Day. All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a roll call vote because I heard some dissension. So we'll take a roll call vote on this. The yes vote is to bring this or send this to the Building Code Council to do something with and advise us on this if they want to. That's the motion. So a yes motion moves this to the Building Code Council. A no motion just means we don't move it to the Building Code Council.
Clarification, please. Are we going to make any of these modifications that Kevin suggested before sending it up to the council, or you're muted, Joe?
Yes, I assume it's the on-screen version as modified.
Well, there's nothing changed on screen.
Ah. Yes.
I think the intent from Kevin was to strike the yellow, but
and then modify this.
yeah, but the council has the ability to, if they don't like those strikes, they can back out the strikes. The council has the full to modify this as they see fit.
Yeah, this is basically ICC language, so a lot of it isn't, I still don't think is applicable to council, but
yeah, I feel like the major part of this is the upper portion, whether it's a site versus source C101.3.1. I feel like that's the interesting part of the proposal.
Well, and I think,
but
sorry, I'm diving in here. I think the paragraph C101.3 is in the integrated draft, so I'm actually modifying not Greg's proposal exactly, but the integrated draft through Greg's proposal.
Okay, well, I think we have a motion. We're ready, getting close to voting on it. Larry.
Yeah, I got it down that yellow part here. The code may include non-mandatory apprentices. I got that stricken, that whole yellow part. I thought that's what we agreed on. So, and you're not showing that, but I think that's what we agreed on.
Maker of the motion, is that part of your motion to strike the second yellow part?
I think that would go back to Kevin.
That was Eric's. Eric made the motion.
Yeah.
And I'll go along with whatever Eric says.
You guys put me on the spot right now.
And just to be clear, yeah, what Krista has done is what I was talking about.
This is fine. Again, ultimately, all I would love to do is just get it to the SBCC's hands. As seen on the screen, I motion to push up to the State Building Code Council.
Okay. All right, we have the motion. I think we are ready to vote on it. The yes vote is to move this up to the Building Code Council.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
A resounding yes.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Abstain.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Marcus Furta,
Yes.
Deepa Sivarajan.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0, 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. We are off to our next one. We have 18 minutes left. This is 248, Eric Vandermeer. Eric, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. You want to talk about 248?
Okay, yes, this is a proposal to add section C103.2 modifications to a section in addition to just having the general C103.1 section. So this is similar to the other codes. This would give the code official direct ability to modify the provisions in the energy code if they determine it meets the criteria listed, which would be based on modifications. Number 4 is kind of the key one, modifications that maintain or improve the energy efficiency of the building. So that would require them to do it based on an energy basis, not on a cost basis or a cost of energy basis or a source carbon basis. It would be based on the energy efficiency of the building itself. So again, we can happy to talk about the language or restructure this based on tags, comments, and recommendations. But basically, we need to maintain a reasonable level of fire protection and structural integrity of the building. So we can't necessarily adopt technologies that don't fit within the other codes. And then we've got to maintain the energy of the efficiency of the building. They can't just, adopt things that don't meet that criteria. So.
Thanks, Eric. Greg.
I think this is a great proposal, Eric. Thanks for bringing it. A couple of questions. One was and I'm nitpicking, but is number 3 even necessary? Because isn't that defined on the other life safety codes? Like, would it be simpler just to strike number 3?
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can think of technologies like, air to water heat pumps that use propane that are available in Europe that have a much higher fire hazard and that aren't allowed by our mechanical code. So yeah, there's definitely technologies out there that are being used throughout the world that aren't in the US market yet based on our codes. So this provides a, point of reference to that for the code official that they have to consider those, those types of criteria when evaluating energy efficiency.
But wouldn't the IMC still govern? Like, even if the energy code allowed it, you still have to comply with the IMC, right?
Correct.
So I don't know. It's just minor point, just that the number 3 might be unnecessary, but that's all.
Thanks, Greg. Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Shell. A quick question, Eric. What's the source of this text? Is it from another code?
I think I took this from Seattle's code.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we could more closely model it after the mechanical code, but yeah, Seattle has had this provision specifically, and it's based on the energy efficiency of the building that they consider modifications in item 4. So
good deal. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Larry, go for it.
Could you give another example of where you're talking about? The propane one's a good one, but do you have another example of what you're thinking here? Thank you.
another example of some type of technology that might be considered that doesn't, where the code official would have to evaluate whether it meets a
Right.
reasonable level of
Right. Have you encountered something else or?
Well, I mean, I guess, no, that's the first thing I thought of for trying to keep item 3 there, but in the code, but, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of another example right now, Larry.
So, but the propane unit wouldn't be allowed in the United States anyway, right? Because of the fire code? It doesn't allow it. It doesn't allow that refrigerant to be used,
We
period.
can use A3 refrigerants. They're being used in refrigerators and other appliances and small systems. You know, in Europe, they're being used in 50-ton commercial heat pumps right now or bigger. So we don't have that type of charge currently available for propane as a refrigerant. But there's already provisions planned for the 2024 Washington State Code that'll take us, you know, to higher levels of propane. So we're hopeful that's a refrigerant we're going to be able to use with the 2024 code, based on some of the code change proposals that went through in Group 1. Still won't get us to as large as in Europe in this code cycle. I don't know. Yep.
Thanks, Larry and Eric. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. And thanks, Eric. This is a great proposal. The only item that I'm unsure about is item number 3. I agree that some type of language is needed. I'm just not sure if this belongs in the energy code, or if perhaps it should be worded that the modifications do not, you know, cause the building to be out of compliance with, you know, the fire code and the building code, or something like that. I guess that's my only question is, how can we put this in the code so that it's still within the scope of the energy code? And maybe it is as is, but at first blush, it looks like it might be a little bit outside of the scope.
Yeah, I'm happy to work on number 3 if that's the sticking point for everyone. I mean, the preceding paragraph, you know, refers to fire resistance, durability, safety already. But yeah, I'm open to modifying number 3 for sure.
Yeah, maybe just pointing in, because right now it's a little kind of open. So maybe, you know, pointing to the IFC and pointing to the IBC, or, you know, wherever corresponding structural requirements might apply, might be helpful.
What about just say, as long as it's congruent with other applicable life safety codes?
That would do it.
I guess I'm fine with that if we want to make that small modification. I see some benefit in aligning with Seattle that's already been through some process, but if it says what was the language suggested?
As long as it complies with other applicable life safety codes.
Can I put forth that amendment? We need a second, right?
Well, right now we're just talking about things and nobody's made a motion yet, so we can talk about things and suggest things, and then somebody might make a motion to accept it or not accept it, or pass the whole thing with it or without it. So
Yeah, I just don't like the as long as.
Yeah. The modification, will, guys, it's reasonable level. That's just a tough one. That's very subjective. The modification, is.
complies with other life
Complies.
safety codes.
Yeah, the modification complies with, you know,
So the language in the mechanical code is what I'm looking at now in the IMC. It says does not lessen health, life, or fire safety requirements.
oh, we could just use what's in there. It's already vetted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again.
It says, let's see. And it does not lessen health, life, and fire safety requirements.
Yeah.
I'm good with that language.
I think you still need the modification.
Health, life, and fire safety. But yeah, I think it would say the modification does not. Get rid of the and.
Okay.
You comfortable with that as a friendly amendment?
Well, there's no motion yet. So
Oh, got it.
Need the word requirements after safety.
okay.
And the word the before modification.
Yep. All right, go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I guess just a question for the proponent. I'm not exactly sure what this section gives us that the prior section 103.1 doesn't. So as a code official, I'm curious what exactly is your intent here?
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I guess trying to make it more similar to the other codes that has the modification section, not just a general section. And then providing, yeah, so yeah, we could put this in the previous section and make it more clear that it has to be, the modification has to maintain or improve the energy efficiency of the building. That's kind of the key thing that I'm trying to, they can't just approve things because they cost less or they don't like them or has a better source carbon. It's about the energy efficiency of the building.
Got it. So you feel like some code officials are approving alternates which are not in compliance with the intent of the code?
Well, there's no requirement right now. I mean, it does list energy conservation, but there's no there's no requirement for them to quantify that or for the proponent to quantify that. So.
All right, go ahead, Darren.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to say it does not lessen life fire safety requirements of what? It should say model codes or building fire codes or something because that's vague, just for enforcement. So thanks.
Thanks, Darren.
What about of other applicable codes or noted in other enforceable codes?
Sounds fine to me. But yeah, it just should say, it should refer to something.
Of other applicable codes.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion? Anybody want to make a motion to pass this as modified?
I'll make a motion to pass Eric's proposal as shown on the screen.
I'll second. This is Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have one in opposition, so this passes. We are, with our last 4 minutes, I don't know that we can adequately cover any other proposals. So we need to figure out a way to work a little faster together. We're going to meet again in a couple of weeks, and we need to figure out a way to get our comments in ahead of time, be ready with them, and wordsmith less on the fly. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you in a couple weeks. Marcus?
On that note, it would be really helpful. I don't know if Krista could send out a list of meetings kind of further in advance, if we could get an idea of, how frequently we're meeting over the next several months. That'd help me come more prepared.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm coming up with a schedule, as I mentioned earlier, for what we cover when. So we'll send that all out. Thanks, good comment.
Yeah, it's really helpful to have this ahead of time. It's great.
Thanks everybody for being here, and we will, Larry has a comment.
Could we move it just a half hour later? That'd sure help me in the morning. I'm more than happy to go a half hour longer or 45 minutes.
Well, we're gonna have to go longer no matter what. So
No.
I'd rather just spend as much time as we can, and I guess send me an email if you have a problem with 8:30. I've heard Larry. If lots of other people do, then we'll move it to 9. But we need all the time we can, and we need to figure out how to work faster together. So
maybe I missed it. Do we know when the next meeting's going to be?
I'm suggesting, so we have a council meeting next Friday, the 21st. I think the 28th is our next meeting, and after that we'll meet on the 7th. And my guess is both of those will be 8:30 to 3 p.m. Meetings, and we'll see what we can cover.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for spending.
You need a motion to adjourn?
No, I believe I can adjourn without that. So thanks everybody. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend.
Happy Valentine's
Thanks everybody. Thanks, Jill.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.